Grace and everybody, we're back. You saw the thumbnail, you saw the title. Y'all saw it last night, and y'all asked, so I have to go ahead and respond and react to Candace's, whatever that's called, X Spaces rant. I'm starting to have a question. I would love for you all to chime in to the best live chat on the internet. Why is it? I'm one of those people who really likes one platform. So it's really hard for me to excel on Twitter or excel on Instagram or TikTok because I'm what's called a mono-platform person. And so I do most of my content on YouTube, and anything else is kind of a little bit of like an afterthought. I'm not really, bullish about Facebook. I do stream to Twitter. But I don't really go hard in the paint and such of that nature. Why do you think it is? Because Candace seems to have been doing really well on YouTube. Why do you think it is? Just your thoughts, your opinions on this matter. Why in the world does she do an X space? Apparently, because I wasn't able to watch it live. I was able to catch a couple glimpses of it after we got back in the house. But from my understanding, it wasn't well received. There weren't a lot of people there. It was just a lot of sycophants. Why do you think she doesn't? And it doesn't look like it's much more complicated than when she does those Instagram lives. Why do you think she just didn't do a YouTube live? She seems to do much better on that. So I wonder why she didn't do that. It seems really weird. Now, I have my own theory about why she didn't do it. And I really wanted to. Somebody said they wanted me to come on. I really wanted to. Let me tell you, I really wanted to, but we were loud and rambunctious here at Whitaker Park, and I just didn't want to be. I wanted to give like my full appreciation to it. So I personally think somehow or another, because you've noticed this also, she'll do a live and then do this after live on Instagram. And you're like, well, why are you not putting it on YouTube yourself? This is what I think. And I would love to know what you all think. It's not that we're all just kind of noodling it around. She could have invited guests though. I can drop a link and have a guest come on. We do panels all the time. The way that looked last night, it would look like a panel. So she could have done a panel and just had her friend, she just was running the panel. Why did she do it on? And again, most people know her to be on YouTube. So most people, if you heard that the J-Wit podcast was going to be doing a show, you would probably, and rightly so, assume that it's immediately going to be on YouTube, right? You wouldn't go look on X. You wouldn't go look on my Substack, even though I am going to do a live stream on Substack. But if that makes sense, you're kind of known for doing content on YouTube and YouTube live stream. Why did you go to do it there? That's what I think. And I like that idea that she wanted to have guests. I can rock with that. Even though, again, she could have had guests. She could have did a panel. I did a panel the other day, for crying out loud. Okay? And this is what I think is happening. I think Candace is realizing that her support is starting to dwindle. I really do believe that. And I also believe that there's some things happening off camera that we're not aware of, and in the legal aspect. And I really think that, but she is bullheaded, and she's going to keep putting out content, but she wants to kind of diversify and spread it out. So it's in a lot of different places. So she can't be pigeonholed only on YouTube or only on X or only on Instagram. So she just kind of spread her foolishness all around. That's what I think. And we'll see, because we have a couple of videos I want to look at. We're going to start with Alex Jones. I know I want to do this Candace video because it's pretty long, but I want to do Alex Jones, because Alex Jones is making he's making some waves, and a lot of people are paying attention to what Alex is saying, because I mean, he's right on the money. We're not going to do this one yet, so I apologize for that. That was a jump
Let me give
scare. Sorry
Candace
about
Owens
that. We are going to do. I want to look at Alex Jones, and again, for no other reason but because I want to show you that, first of all, there's no honor among thieves, and when you don't have a moral compass, you do end up looking like Alex Jones. You do end up looking like Candace Owens, and Alex is more right than wrong at this point, but he's also wrong in a lot of other areas. So that's why I want to bring him up. So good morning to everybody. Grace and peace. Let's get at it. Let's get active. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
Let me give Candace Owens a little news flash here. Bitch, you don't fucking sit up there on some hill and tell me who ate the cabbage. You don't sit there and tell me what to give you or what to do. You are suspect. You have the left boosting you, the left loving you, the left promoting you with your royal husband, who we're about to expose. So get ready for that, George. And I am so pissed off at myself that I saw this and my gut told me go after you during Kennedy's confirmation, and I didn't do it because you're a woman. And that's why the left puts women in all these positions to do all this evil shit, because men have this proclivity to not go to war with women. I didn't have a bad feeling. God gave me a good brain. I already knew. I dropped the ball. I apologize. She's a globalist agent. I don't do this with pleasure. I'm not an infighter. I don't do stunts. I'm well known for that. But Candace Owens continues to make claims about Egyptian planes and then about hit teams in Fort Watch.
Let's also point out Candace Owens has still not dropped any evidence about those Egyptian planes. And I'm going to go out here right now and say it. She is done with the Egyptian planes. The Egyptian plane story was meant to bring her to Fort Huachuca. And now that she's on Fort Huachuca and she can milk this thing, milk them udders until they're dry, you're never going to hear about Egyptian planes again. Never. So, and I keep putting on X. I keep asking, where's your proof about the Egyptian planes? I know she's never going to give it because, well, first of all, she never actually had it. But two, I know she's never going to give it. And I just want people to remember the whole ridiculousness of the Egyptian planes. The Egyptian planes were only meant to bring you so far. And now they brought us to Fort Huachuca. That's it. She don't care about anything else, about how they got here. They could have walked. They could have dug a tunnel. They could have fell from Mars. She doesn't care. She just wanted to get to Fort Huachuca. And now she's going to milk that thing because she's milked the Egyptian plane as much as she could have milked it. Just like she milked the quote-unquote assassination as much as she could. What's going on in Delaware as much as she could. And you're never going to hear anything else about that. Now it's all Fort Huachuca all the time. Let's go.
And 12 colonels, and this guy wanders in, and they're planning the killing of Kirk, and this congressman's there, and Erica Kirk's there, and the head of their security's there.
That's a
and
crazy
I spent
story.
good money getting the actual flight data, the professional data, and it's like all lies. And I published it a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks, and say, hey, I'm worried here, Candace. Her surrogates, all with the same talking points within 5 hours, attack me. I'm not dumb. When I see the same thousands of people with the same attacks, I'm like, holy hell, you wrote up a script for them and you did that. That's professional. I know professional attacks when I see them. The question is, who's paying for it? She's married to a British lord. Paul Watson, my co-host, discovered her. Had her to town 10 years ago. She's done a lot of great work. I'm not trying to destroy Candace. But I know a concerted attack when I see one. I know professionalism when I see it. Then she has this Snow character that says he just is at Fort Huachuca the day before Kirk's killed in Arizona. And he wanders into this secure skiff you can't even get into with up 3 levels. There's armed guards. He walks in, there's 12 colonels, and then there's all these people. And then last week, Candace says, oh, I thought maybe this Daily Wire guy's there. She sends him a photo, and Mitch Snow says, oh, he was there too. He's like a vending machine. You just give.
Hey, send him a picture of me. Say, hey, was this guy here? Oh, yeah, that's the guy that interviewed me. That's the MP. I guarantee you. This guy is a mess.
Him the name, and that's it. Then it turns out he's got 5 women with restraining orders. His kids going public against him. All these name changes. All this time in prison, in jail for beating up women. And they go, well, it is true, though, for the record, he was a Green Beret for 1 year. Yeah, 250-pound Green Beret. He claims these women have enslaved him and then all this. This guy is the biggest joke ever.
Now, I do know that Candace is going to talk about that whole his background and his history, which again seems so wild that she didn't bring that up. That would have seemed to be something that you should have vetted, Candace, because you look like you were caught standing flat-footed when this came out. And she kind of knew it, and she almost alludes to it when she first initially brought him on. But you can tell she knew something was afoot. But I think really she doesn't care about Mitch. She doesn't care about his background, his history. She needs him to come in and tell that story that he saw Erica Kurt, Brian Harpool, Jay Witt podcast, T'Challa, and Mario Brothers. She just needs him to tell that story. She doesn't care what happens to him. He could go to jail. She won't bat an eye. He could get arrested this Tuesday and she won't bat one eye. She only wanted him. He was a useful idiot to tell this stupid story, get paid, and I do believe you got paid, and now whatever happens to him happens to him.
And now her followers have come out, a bunch of them, more today, and said, I'll show you. We don't care if Mitch Snow's wrong. We back Candace. So even when they were faced with the fact that this is all a lie, they say, we don't care. And they say, we're going to get all of you. Then they hide behind Ben Shapiro attacking her. Ben Shapiro attacks me. And they say, oh, you work for Israel. I never worked for the Daily Wire run by the Mossad like she did. So that's where we are. And then Kevin Kilgore, who's been one of her biggest supporters, he simply comes out and says, I've looked at this Mitch Snow, who's admitted all this, and this doesn't sound credible to me. I have a problem. Candace, we ought to drop this. And then he says, Candace, I know this is not Candace attacking me. This is a couple days ago. I know this is just, and then Candace goes, no.
He legitimately has them all printed up.
No, Kevin, it's you. She says, hey, Evan Kilgore, out of curiosity, why were you coordinating your ex post yesterday via text with other influencers? So don't respond to Mitch Snow being complete and total fraud and liar.
No room for that.
Attack one of your biggest minions and say he's coordinating. So we got the video. So Mitch Snow says, oh no, mommy, I'll show you, and dumps all his texts online with the very, quote, influencers that reported back to her. How dare you sit there when this known con man says all this? How dare you ask a question? So then he releases video of himself at this place and all his text messages and who he's talking to and how he's just asking questions and concerned. But you're in a cult. You're not supposed to do that. He says, Candace, who are you talking about? What other influencers? Name names and I'll drop the receipts. I'll screen record and post conversations with whoever you think I'm coordinating with. So again, you're not allowed to ask questions. This is getting ridiculous. I'm not playing this game. So he's like, hey, Mitch Snow's really a horrible person, and you got the congressman on C-SPAN at 11 a.m.
Right.
They just put out later screenshots of him later saying, oh, look, he's there later. No, he's there at 11 a.m. She's even admitted that. And the head of TPUSA security on a plane while this is happening. And they're getting ready to sue the hell out of her. And all he's doing is saying, this doesn't, he's like, why are we hitched up to Mitch Snow? Maybe we should stop this. You're my queen. You're my God. You're my master. And she says, oh, you were coordinating with people. It's the same story over and over again. She wants all these alibis. So Erica Kirk releases photos of her with her kids. She goes, oh, God, that proves you're guilty. I never wanted an alibi. You just demanded the alibi. You, like you're the inquisitor, like you're God, like you're the judge, jury, and executioner, like you're on the white throne. literally demand all this. And when people give you the proof, you go, I'm not looking at the 9th now. I never said there was a secret meeting to kill Kirk. The 8th, where the Undersecretary of Defense flew in to the border base with an event declared in July. She says, it's that plane. The assassins are on that plane. She goes, these people are crazy. I showed a video yesterday. She goes, I never said it was about the 9th. I said it was about the 8th. Bullshit. You said it was all about the 9th. And she sits there and she gaslights and gaslights and gaslights and gaslights. And you're like, why am I up your ass? You said there were Egyptian planes. You said that there was a meeting to kill Kirk. And my listeners and people at the grocery store and at church and my family, or you better go look at this. So I go spend days burrowing into this stuff and find out it's all a lie. And I come out and say, Candace, I think you're being lied to. You're a wonderful person. You've been set up by Mitch Snow. No, she hadn't been set up by Mitch Snow. No. She knows every damn bit of it's a lie. And then because I have integrity and I don't sit here and make stuff up, I'm now the devil. Oh, Alex Jones is with Lockheed Martin to get me. Lockheed Martin, what I know about that? All I know is I'm banned on everything but X and Rumble, and you're boosted on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube to everybody.
Real quick, I have no idea. How did Lockheed Martin get caught up in this? Somebody tell me in the chat, like, how did Lockheed Martin become public enemy number 19? Like, how did that work? And I'm laughing because I know where Lockheed Martin is located here in Marietta. Like, how did that become a thing?
I remember when I first started waking up to you about 4, 5, 6 months ago, where it was, Kennedy was getting confirmed. It was Saturday morning. I was going to do a 7-8 mile hike up these hills. I go meet this Navy SEAL and his buddy. We all get out of the car at 7 a.m., and we're already all listening to Candace Owens saying Kennedy is having sex with a Mossad agent, she thinks, and with no evidence. And there's this woman with a car he gave her, and he's in the Epstein files. And we listened to it while we hiked. We go, this is all bullshit. No, she moved on from that. But it was right when he was getting confirmed.
Wow.
Her and her minions. Her and that guy that looks like the singer from Queen. And like, they think we're stupid. And back then I said, this doesn't make sense. But I said right then, I got a bad feeling about her. Because like an eel coming out right when Kennedy's about to have his conversation here, she's, yeah. And that's what she continues to do. Yeah. Like precision. And so now her own followers are like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, this guy is a literal criminal in prison for beating up women, smashing their skulls in, all these name changes, his military record, fraud, everything a lie. And then she goes, I didn't say there was any meeting on the 9th. That's insane. I didn't say a congressman was there or Kirk's wife or.
Real quick, Mitch Snow in the chat, real quick. Mitch Snow has gone to jail. Am I correct? I believe I heard that correctly. Mitch Snow has been to jail for domestic against his spouse or live-ins, whatever. Am I right or am I wrong? I'm just wondering. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. That's going to play a part. Thank you so much. And again, I might be wrong. And so we'll hear it again together. But last night, Candace alluded that he had never been to jail. So let's get done with Alex. But we will check that out for sure. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's go.
That TPUSA security, it's all about a plane with the Undersecretary of Defense flying to do border security. She goes, and by the way, Mitch is such a genius, he even named in the interview who's at Fort Huachuca. She goes, he knows the units. It's on the sign. We put a report. Pull up Fort Huachuca's entrance sign. It says the units on the sign. It'd be like going to LA Lakers basketball game and going, now, this intel's good because this guy told me the LA Lakers play right here. I mean, it is like the insult, or going to Dallas and saying, oh, the Dallas Cowboys play here, and when I got there, they're playing. So now they moved to the 8th. and say, oh, the undersecretary flew in for border inspections. Who was on that plane? She's like, you're crazy. I don't care about the ninth. She goes, I don't want alibis. What are you talking about? Erica Trump just flew 2 weeks ago on an airplane to kiss your ass in Tennessee and asked you to stop doing this and gave you all this then. So now your own minions say, listen, we're not endorsing this criminal, this horrible person. And you say, who coordinated you? Who told you? And the guy clicks his heels and goes, I'll release everything on my phone, mommy. I'll show you, mommy. Let me give Candace Owens a little news flash here. Bitch, you don't fucking sit up there on some hill and tell me who ate the cabbage. You don't sit there and tell me what to give you or what to do. You are suspect. You have the left boosting you, the left loving you, the left promoting you with your royal husband, who we're about to expose. So get ready for that, George. So we figured you out. We got your number, and you can't stand the fact that you've run this big psyop and now it's coming to an end. This isn't about protecting TPUSA or Trump or anybody. It's about protecting the truth. And it's about us not sitting there dancing to the Pied Piper's lie of what you've done. I broke on the 16th from two sources in the White House that were scared to tell us that Kash Patel said, I don't want Tulsi Gabbard's information about domestic or foreign help they had intel on. That's real. And it came out a month later. That's real stuff, lady. Not some crazy scammer, stolen valor, fraud, beating up all these women in prison for it with a fake name, telling you that they're all in this kill meeting. You even know about kill meetings? They got 12 colonels and everybody's roped in from security and their dog knowing about it? That's not how it works. In real killings, they just go, and there's like two people in the room. Just day one, I knew it was bull. And all your minions with their talking points and obvious big funding to do this, I love it because I'm coming after all of you. Because the only way the Democrats can try to take this country down is by infighting and by infiltrating and by opening the drawbridge to the barbarians. And it's not going to happen. The truth is, we've won the fight for America First, the Republican Party. We're driven out the Shapiros. We're driving out the Levins. That's all happening. And then we get this flank attack from Candace Owens telling us today, I don't think there's radical Islam. I don't think the Somalis are a problem. All right on time. It's Democrat talking points. It's Democrat tactics. I'm mad at myself that I didn't open up on our ass whenever Kennedy was getting approved. I remember looking at my guys because it was pushed on all of us. Imagine, we all got out of the car. It was everywhere. It was pushed by everything. We all got out of the car, and we're all listening to the same thing because it was all pushed on us. So we hike hours and listen to this 2 hours of bullshit about Kennedy and a Mossad honeypot and all this stuff and how he's with Epstein, and none of it was true, but it was right there in his confirmation. I remember saying to them, like I said, I got to investigate her now. I got a bad feeling. I didn't have a bad feeling. God gave me a good brain. I already knew. I dropped the ball. I apologize. She's a globalist agent. I dropped the ball and I failed you, and I'm sorry. I got to follow my gut every time. It's never wrong. And I saw so much more she did. And I love her people threatening me and all their doxing of people and all that. You think that's going to make me go away? All you did was wake me up like a nuclear test site waking up Godzilla. So just get your asses ready. Because you want a war, I want your war, I want it all, I want the doxing, I want the lies, I want the attacks, I'm going to take you on. Because you work for the deep state and the Democratic Party and the CIA and MI6, and I see your ass. So you just get ready. This ain't my first rodeo. And I've got to focus, I focus so much on the big players, I don't focus on the little foxes that spoil the grapes, as the Bible tells us. So, here's my bottom line. Candace Owens has endorsed a man with dozens of restraining orders, with fake names, admitting in court he bashes women's heads in. And she's his source. That at Fort Huachuca, you got all these TPUSA people with 12 colonels planning the murder of Charlie Kirk. And she tries to say she never said that. We got the compilations, dumbass. You're a bad person. And I can't believe I've got to spend my time on this type of crap. We'll deal with TPUSA and whatever happened and Cash Patel with the cover-up. That's all going on. But the perfect way to cover up what really went on is this type of stuff you do. This Fort Huachuca and all this other stuff. And you got the guy that you say is not the shooter. They said it's a beautiful young man. He's up there with his trans flag tie on, smiling. Pull up Tyler Robinson, the only video we got.
Yeah, I didn't catch that
Laughing,
flag.
smiling, look like
the
the
tie, rather.
devil himself. Did he have help? Hell yeah. We know at least 10 trannies said in the 3 days before he'll be dead the day he comes there. We're not saying don't look at the investigation. What we're saying is your people have the same talking point. She's the only one investigating. Lies. So we're done with the cult of Candace Owens. So you want to play chicken with me? Don't worry. You ain't got a way to get off the road. Let me tell you how this game of chicken works. You ain't allowed to turn the wheel. I'm gonna 100% come after you with the truth, and so just get your ready, because you want a war, you better believe you got one. I see your ass, and I am so pissed off at myself that I saw this, and my gut told me go after you during Kennedy's confirmation, and I didn't do it because you're a woman. And that's why the left puts women in all these positions to do all this evil shit, because men have this proclivity to not go to war with women. That's why they've done this whole unnatural thing. But I love it here. Your own Evan Kilgore, one of your biggest glazers, just simply said, hey, I got questions. And you came out and said, oh, you're on the payroll. You're getting paid. You better believe whatever Mitch Snow says. And then he releases all the videos. He releases screenshots of him simply asking questions. That's how you spin it. Erica Kirk releases screenshots with her kids to respond to you. You spin it, oh, it's secret. It's all blah, blah, blah. Oh, God. Oh. It's disgusting. And then your followers, we're going to get you. You're a failure. We're going to take your sponsors. You're over. Oh, please, you just lit up like a plane coming in for a landing. The airfield lit up for me. I mean, like, that's where I go, is where the attacks are. And so you run around and scurry all day long. But I was fighting the globalists, so most of you were in diapers or a twinkle in your mommy's eye. And all I can tell you is Candace Owens is totally mentally ill and has a handler, or is a super evil globalist. That's it. And I'm done. I'm done playing games. I'm done with half measures. You guys have made your threats. Fill your hand. Let's go. Let's go. Because I'm not going to sit here and watch you engage in this type of insane crap. You don't know anything. When I immediately saw that kook ball and him saying, I walk into a room in a skiff, you don't get in those. They got armed guards and scanners and pass cards and all this. And he walks in with 12 colonels. They don't have 12 colonels for an assassination. It's all horse crap. All of it. And then as soon as they have their alibis, they're on C-SPAN. Oh, well, he was there later. No, he was there at 11 a.m.
Right.
And your own cult followers don't respond to the facts. You just say, Jones is bullying a woman, and Jones is trying to ostracize her with psychological warfare. No, she puts out lies that I'm forced to go research, and I'm forced to go look at. And then when it's a lie, I nicely say, this is a lie, and just like Evan Kilgore, I'm immediately accused of being a traitor, because I will not sit here and listen to your lies. So your own cult members are leaving you, and you're accusing them of being given talking points to counter you, when the talking points against you are you, Candace.
That is funny.
You know, when the Macron sued her, and I mean, I tell you, Brigitte Macron looks like a man to me. I said, hey, she has a right to say it. I back her. But when you accuse a congressman randomly out of a hat through your minion,
crazy,
of being at some hit meeting, and all these other people, I'm just like, what are you doing? You can't do that.
All right. So that was the beginning. Alex Jones went off on her. And I really think that it bears repeating that this is her tactics that she used, and she is not having it when people use her tactics against her. I don't like it, but I am here for it. And I'm here to watch it because, again, like, this is what she brought about. She did it, and now she's got to eat it. She's going to have to live with it. But there was another section, of course. There's another section from here about somebody that's looking to take Candace on legally. I don't know if you all paid attention to this, so let's bring it in. Let's go.
I asked Phil Lyman 3 times via text whether or not he could help us, more importantly, identify the 2 individuals that were in the photo with his nephew or cousin, if you will. And he was kind of pretending to be confused about what photo in particular I was referring to, despite the fact that I sent it multiple times in the text chain. And then finally he said that he had no idea who those 2 individuals were at all. I thought that's interesting. This is allegedly your nephew, cousin. You guys are all chilling on this block around the same time. He's with these 2 individuals. You've never heard of them. You've never seen them, nothing. Because I got to identify that guy in the blue hat. Many of you figured out, by the way, and wrote to the tips box exactly what we were interested about in that person with the blue hat. You noticed the same thing that we noticed. He kind of resembles, certainly more so than Tyler Robinson does, the blurred image of the individual that was coming up the stairs. I couldn't look away from that. I was going through the photos and I was going, I would just like...
I'm going to slow down a little bit because I don't want y'all to miss this. Because this has been a while. This was a while ago. Do y'all remember that? Like, the guy on the left is supposed to be Tyler Robinson. The guy on the right with the blue hat is the guy that Candace is saying represents the guy on the blue hat. I mean, the guy on the left more than Tyler Robinson does. This is crazy work. And I really want you to think about what does this mean for this gentleman in the blue hat? Let's just say he's just an average dude living his life, trying to live life. And imagine what would actually happen if Candace just all of a sudden just calls him out and says, you are the one that did it. What do you think could happen? You'll find out. But I just want you to think about that, like how reckless she is. This is not investigative journalism by any means or measures. You won't see even the most slimy investigative journalists from the 70s and 80s. They didn't even do this type of stuff. That is some crazy work. But let's go.
To quickly identify that individual and check him off and just know where he was because, it looks to be about the same height. It's weird.
How?
Oddly, when I say oddly, I mean this has never happened in the history of all of our investigations. No one emailed us to say that they knew either of those 2 individuals, neither the blonde that's with Shaner or the person that is wearing the blue hat that is with Shaner. I said, that's weird. I wanted to get to the bottom, as I said earlier, of who that second person was in the photo with his nephew, cousin, whatever you want to call him. And we got just 1 hit. And it was, honestly, it was from Belfast, North Ireland, no less. Somebody sent us an email and he said, look, I conducted an interview, an internet-wide search of the person's face, and I only got 1 hit using technology, and the hit was in Provo, Utah. And he wrote to me that it was quite a coincidence because not only is the person in Provo for this 1 hit for this face, but also he's featured on a website pertaining to bees. And he's like, didn't you just do a thing saying that you had this weird thing about bees and you thought there was something else?
I forgot about the bee. I forgot this bee comment. Good gracious, man. This woman is insufferable. But I want you to see just how sloppy and unprofessional and unserious she is. Let's go.
Else going on. And my goodness, you guys, I almost jumped when I learned that website he was referring to, Buzzard and Bees, is a Gothic underground in Provo. Okay. So this is the website. It's a Gothic underground of all things in Provo, the website Buzzard and Bees. And they're speaking about a Gothic prom. That is where that person's face comes up, except he's wearing makeup to make him, look a little more Gothic. Take a look at this. I'm going to show you the side-by-side of this individual, and I am certain.
Oh, no. I'm hoping to talk to this person. In the chat, is that the same guy? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not going to say all white guys look alike, right? I don't think he necessarily looks like him. And I think the only reason he looks like it is because he has that shadow because of the hat. I don't think he looks like him. And I'm not just saying it because I want Candace to be wrong. Okay, some people say yeah. Okay, a lot of people say no. I don't think so, man. I don't think, but again, like, who cares? It's just a dude. And I talked to somebody yesterday, big screen. I talked to somebody yesterday, and most of the time, if you're dealing with a situation where you can go left or you could go right in this conversation, a lot of people choose to go right and they say, okay, that's the end of it. Like, for example, I don't know where my friend Bobby is. You know what? It's 1:00 on Tuesday. He's probably at work. Now, people going to the left, however, they will create a narrative. Well, I don't know. I called his job. He didn't answer. So therefore, he must be out doing something else. And now I'm going to like, hey, and you just go down these rabbit trail of insanity. And that's really where Candace is. Instead of just accepting, like, you know what? Okay. There you go. Those guys went and they followed the path that Tyler Robinson took. It was 3 college friends. They went and took the path to see what he took. Okay, fine. Not they all of a sudden now they themselves are suspects in the murder, which is just the craziest thing. But it's a mindset. It's got to be a mindset that you're not willing to just accept the most obvious solution, the most obvious answer to the question, but rather it's got to be something different. It's got to be something more than that. Let's finish this up because I want y'all to see this. How about we do it like this? There we go. Let's go.
Can't say 100%, okay, because we need to find this person's name.
Why?
But this is a match, okay? The ears, the chin, just everything about this individual is a match. But he is as of yet identified as unidentified, as a Gothic person. And he is also as of yet unidentified as the close friend of Shayna Broderick, who cannot be found anywhere else, or people are not familiar with this person. So I'm thinking maybe he also came from overseas. Okay, now we turn our attention back to the mysterious individual that is next to Shayna, right? We discovered that one person was from Austria. And then we're going, who's this goth kid that Phil has been clear he does not know him. Phil Lemon does not know this individual. He could not help identify him. I told you it was unusual that our inbox wasn't instantly flooded with people telling us exactly who it was. Well, then we did get another hit on him. And a handful of you similarly found the same person that we did. A person going by the name Robbie Hild, who is allegedly from Washington. Now, I
just want you to think how reckless this is. And you probably already know where I'm going with this conversation if you follow my opening. Look at how reckless this is. So she wants me to believe that this guy right here is the goth guy with the makeup and the white face paint and the guy with the baseball cap. Man, she is out of control. And you already know where we're going. So if you've been following along, I've alluded to this, and hopefully we're going to see some resolution soon.
Tell you why I don't think this is his true identity, okay? Because if this was just some kid who grew up in Washington, went to school in Utah, my inbox would be flooded with that name, and it's not, okay? It's simply not. Oddly, no one has come forward to claim that they know Robbie Hill. They're all just saying...
Also, let me point out, and I've said this before, Candace's inbox drives the conversation. What's in it and what's not in it drives the content. So she really has non-tent. She has no content. It's non-tent. And I've said it before, and this is the perfect example right here, that if I don't have something in my inbox, that must be something bad. If I have a whole bunch of stuff in my inbox, that must be something good. Like, that's the crazy work that she puts out there. So yeah, Candace is non-tent. Her inbox is the producer of the show.
I got a hit. This might be him. No one is saying they went to school with him. This is a young college student. He's allegedly, like I said, from Washington State. And no one personally can say, I know this person. How could that be? How could that be? I'm going to tell you something. So I'm starting to get a hunch about things. And We're going to go more deeply into this tomorrow, but many of you guys have been sending those clues about the Azov battalion, about Ukrainian, Russian people that were coming into Utah. There seems to be some.
This almost seems like 1,000 years ago. I mean, she's talking about stuff that sounds 1,000. She's talking about Phil Lyman and Shriner, whatever the young boy's name is, and Ukraine. It sounds like 1,000 years ago compared to where we are now. It just sounds crazy. Well, I'm sorry. It sounded crazy then too. Let's just be honest.
Organized movement, people that are being given new identities. Actually, one person wrote us and told us that UVU in and of itself as a campus has an unbelievable amount of dedication. I mean, even the president, I'm blanking on her name, it like majored in Soviet studies. Like they have a direct pipeline from Russia to America. It's very interesting. And yes, it is true. It is a fact that Tyler Robinson, we can't confirm that this is Mike Mitchell, but there are old photos of Tyler Robinson when he's a lot younger visiting his uncle Mikey, okay? His uncle Mikey, who is working with the Ukrainian Azov battalion. Okay, he's a military man. And that gets really interesting when I start to combine all of the aspects of this case. And again, we are still in theory territory, but I feel like we are
we're in theory territory.
I'm starting to get a stronger than a theory and more of a hunch that this was a military operation and people that executed this are actually from overseas. And when you look at the aspects of the UVU case and their strong ties to that region, things get really interesting. When you look at UVU campus and their strong.
So instead of just saying Tyler Robinson was a radicalized alphabet mafia participant, member, sympathizer, whatever, and he found Charlie Kirk's words to be abhorrent to the point that he wanted to take it into his own hands and take Charlie Kirk's life. That is too much to believe. But Ukrainian, Russian bee farmers, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense to this woman. Okay. I just want to make sure. I'm not saying that everything about the original or the official narrative that it cannot be assailed. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is more of that makes sense than what you're saying. Now, if what you're saying made more sense, then maybe we could rock with it. But I'm sorry, underground bee farms and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles doesn't make sense. It sounds like you're crazy. I put it on Twitter that she's got us arguing that Barbie deleted Ken and had Duke and Snake Eyes do it because she wants more room in the dream house for her closet. And it was all approved by President Lex Luthor. Like, that's what she's got us arguing about. Not the fact that what you're saying didn't make any sense, but rather whether or not it was Barbie that deleted Ken, or it's basically a new version of Who Shot JR. That's really what this is. Who Shot JR? That's it. Okay, let's get done.
Strong ties to the CIA, things start to get really interesting, right? And I think this is a path that needs to be pursued, that these people have different identities and that they are perhaps all from overseas. And it turns out that there have been, the New York Times has reported on Russian, Ukrainian spies that are building new lives from themselves with new IDs in America, in Brazil. Essentially, what we're talking about are terrorist cells. I believe that. I believe that with the Ukrainian war, okay? And they always hack us emotionally. Oh, we need to have open borders. It allows.
When you think about the fact that now she's blaming it on Jews, this sounds like again, this seems like a whole different episode. This is all a part of the same episode. This was like 2 months ago, barely 2 months ago. That's the part that is just really staggering. Like, wow, she really has gone crazy. She really has gone off the rails. I mean, Russian, Ukrainian spies, they were catching strays. Now we got Jews and they're catching strays, and French are in here. Like, how did the French get caught up in here? Remember Angola? Angola was brought into it as well. Like, this is the craziest stuff. and she wants us to take her seriously. We're not going to do that.
Allows them to get in people that are perhaps completely insane and deranged, and they are
Like yourself.
in fact raising little militants, and they're executing these programs. And let me tell you, if this is correct,
Oh my gosh.
if this is sort of like a neo-Bolshevik militant tribe, then we need to be concerned. And spiritually, I can tell you how I feel spiritually.
Oh, tell us.
That feels right to me. I've been pleading with you guys to get your kids out of these schools. I am telling you that something very dark is going on, and I'm going to continue to stress to you that you need to take your children out of school. Homeschool your children. There is something dark that I am perceiving that is happening, not just in public schools, but in private schools as well, okay? It's why our kids had to go. We couldn't get basic answers about somebody that had kind of fallen into through the cracks and was posting Polish underground symbols, her parent.
Okay, this is interesting. I hope I get to this part. Remember, this is when we got the whole bees thing, right? Put some bees in the chat. This is where the bees came from. And it hit me one day. Do you all remember she was taking a collection for more security that day? Do y'all remember that? She was passing the plate around the Cult of Candace Church for security. And I thought about it, like, wow, every so often Candace comes out and asks for money for things like security. Because then after the alleged French assassination plot, what did she ask for? Money for security. But she already has security. This is I haven't dug into it that much, but it just seems very interesting that she keeps coming up asking for money for security, which seems so odd to me.
Was posting Polish underground symbols, and I realized something was wrong. Something was off. I'm showing you this. This is like one headline, and this is translated from Russian, by the way. So the English here isn't perfect, but it is telling about White Lotus sect of all things. For those of you that followed the Becoming Brigitte series and things that we have spoken about this White Lotus idea, it's essentially they're training fighters, and that this has been declassified, and that they have these regional organizations, these all Ukrainian organizations, and that's exactly what it sounds like, that they're training fighters, that it's really dangerous. And my suspicion is that this is happening right here in America. It would make sense that there is global communication if they want to take somebody out. And it is also a fact, by the way, that Charlie was on a hit list. I also was on the hit list. Tucker was on the hit list. And actually, I forgot the name of the individual that worked for Alex Jones who got killed, but he was similarly on a Ukrainian hit list. Okay, so to show you who those individuals are, a lot of software engineers. We can pull back up Emmanuel Urier. You saw his name there again. We're pulling people that spoke to the press publicly. We're not revealing any information here, but he works for Domo Incorporated. His history is that he is a software engineer, a technical advisor. His name is German in origin. I'd like to know a little bit more. Also, when I look up these people, by the way, none of them have reached out to me. Like from the minute that this all happened, I asked for information. And for whatever reason, these people were very anxious to speak to the press right after. But then we're like, you know what? We're not gonna speak to anybody else about that. Same for Gurno owner. We covered this. He was with Phil Lyman's nephew, cousin. We learned was a software engineer from Austria. So Austria, Germany. Okay. Featured in Shaner's Instagram. And that guy, Scott Robbins, that you saw looking like a college kid, well, he was also a gubernatorial candidate. He ran for governor of Utah in 2024. Nobody mentioned this. I guess all of these USA Today or AP, nobody asked them like who they were, if they were.
Okay. The irony of what she just said is staggering. She just said that these people don't reach out to her. They didn't tell her that they were from Austria, that they were running for governor, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. So apparently that's really bad, right? In the chat, that's really bad. Put in there that that's really bad, okay? Because they didn't tell Candace that stuff. That's terrible. That's terrible. Just put that's bad in the chat, because they didn't tell Candace that, oh yeah, by the way, this person, he ran for governor. This person his name is German, and his parents are from Austria. That's really bad. But you know what else is also bad? Platforming somebody that beats up their wives, Candace. Platforming somebody whose whole family has disavowed him because he's a pathological liar. Those things are bad. Those are kind of bad too, Candy. So why is it that it's bad that they didn't tell you that this guy ran for governor, but you never told your audience that they have put $142,000 into that GoFundMe account for a person that's gone to jail multiple times for beating up their spouse? That might be important to know. Hey, by the way, I'm supporting a wife abuser. I'm supporting somebody whose kids want nothing to do with him. I just think that might be pretty bad. I could be crazy. Call me traditional. Not knowing that the person's last name is Austrian. Hey, that's bad. Supporting somebody that beats up his wife as a sport. That's going to go on the really, really bad list. Okay. Okay. Really bad, Candy. But see, you get away with that. You can do that kind of stuff. And I do think that she paid Mitch Snow through the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe is his way of getting paid to come on the platform and to lie on Erica Kurt, Brian Harpole, and my dog and my left toenail. Everybody that he lied on, that's how she funded paying for him. So that way on her paperwork, she doesn't have to say that she actually paid Mitch Snow $150,000, but rather the GoFundMe provided him $150,000 and her hands are clean. That's why she did it. Y'all, my name is Jason. I find this woman adorable. And I mean that in the most petty way possible because she's inconsistent and she's a liar.
College students, and for whatever reason, everybody that they spoke to wasn't that. We will continue to grow this witness tree. Robbie Hild, we've put a TBD on because we're getting crazy information on him. We're calling him Mr. Worldwide over here.
Just because his friend, just because he was in a picture with his friend. The guy didn't do anything. I just want you to know that. The dude didn't do anything. He just was in the picture with this guy right here, Shaner, which is Phil Lyman's nephew. Like, that's how far we've descended into madness. Instead of saying, hey, let's look into the Tyler Robinson story and let's dig into some of these areas that don't make sense, we could do that. But no. Let's dig into the family that used to own the property that UVU is on. Let's ransack the family tree to see if we can harass people. That's what she's doing. And by the way, her Give Send Go has got $144,000 for Mitch. I believe that money is being basically, for lack of a better term, money laundered to him. That's what I think has happened. But I'll finish. Let's go. We're almost done.
We've got Robbie Hild in the Cayman Islands. We've got Robbie Hild in Spain. We've got Robbie Hild all over. And so that's going to take some time. We need to be more thorough in that. And we will have more on Robbie Hild on Monday.
And she never came back. That was the last time she mentioned Robbie Hild. Now, I bring that up because I got a message yesterday from Robbie Hild. I'm waiting to hear back from him, and maybe we can have him come on and discuss what's going on. But I want y'all to know that this kind of stuff that she does, when she just throws out a random name, she just throws out a person, she picks a person's name out of a hat and starts calling them out, it does have long-lasting, real-world ramifications that Candace Owens will be like, oh, I never said anything about him. I just was asking questions. Blah, blah, blah. And people's lives are being negatively impacted wholesale. So as soon as we're able to make that work, I will gladly reveal a little bit more and talk a little bit more about it. But yeah, that kind of stuff that she does is not innocent. It's not innocuous. It's not without ramifications, right? You can't just throw a baseball in a china shop and expect nothing to break. It doesn't matter how skilled you are. Something's going to get broken. Anyway, y'all, thank y'all so much for rocking with us today. I really appreciate y'all. It's been a great stream. And man, there's almost 1,000 of y'all up in here. Oh, but wait, Jason, I thought we were going to go over the Candace's live stream for last night. You know what? You are correct. We are going to do that. So don't worry about it. I'm not going to forget y'all because I want to go over and talk about it. So And I'm going to do big face, Jason. Shout out to the best live channel on the internet. What's Piggy say right here? Candaspiracy is fun, but please, fam, don't miss the Hatun Tosh interview tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. She's an absolute hero. Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to that for sure. Jamie, welcome, brand new member. I appreciate you. And you said this, you are Candace specialist. I hope you're going to do clips. I'm going to be doing a lot of clips about this. Absolutely. Are you going to cover Candace when she goes live today? Is she going live today? Hold tight. If she goes live today, then I guess we'll be doing that. Yeah, I know I ain't got no problem with it. I don't think she's going live. I think she's on break, but she just doesn't tell people, in my opinion. But I will keep my eye on it. Now let me go look. Now you got me over here looking. I'm going to just check. But she usually doesn't announce it till like 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock-ish. But let me just see real quick. I don't think so. All right, looking. No, she has nothing planned. But I'll keep my eye on it. Thank you for asking that question. If she does, I guess we'll be right back up here in the booth. I'm going to go work out, but then I will be back. We'll be back for sure. Okay, let's get at it because this is kind of long, but I want to talk about this insane Twitter, what's it called, Twitter space that she did yesterday. I don't understand why she's doing these, truthfully. It didn't make sense to me, but let's go. Greenheart's in the chat when you can hear.
Tech stuff early on because it's just not my strong suit. Usually Mark is doing this stuff for me. And there are some people that I definitely want to make sure are added on as speakers. Just trying to. Okay, there's a lot of people on.
She could literally be doing this as a live stream and just do it as a panel. Like, why is she doing it like this? Well, what's the purpose of her doing it like this? It makes no sense. Like, why did you not just do a regular live stream?
Through these requests. Okay, good button. Good button. I did want to make sure. I don't know if Morgan Ariel is in here, but I wanted to make sure that she was on as well. I'll come back to these. I didn't know I could do a co-host option either, so you guys have to forgive me because I'm not the best at this. Okay, I do want to start by just before I add every speaker. I think right now we only have Harrison, but I do want to add a lot more people. Especially Harrison, I'm glad that you could join because I do want to hear your perspective on things from the InfoWars standpoint. Okay, so I just want to start by recapping everything that happened with Fort Huachuca. I think that's, sorry, I'm going to add 2 more people here. Diligent, I'm going to add you. Nice to meet you. Add a speaker. Myron, I'm going to go ahead and add you. I'm going to add Ryan here. Okay, just gonna do that for now, and then we can just get started. Okay. So yeah, the first thing I want to do is just to make sure that everybody understands what the Fort Huachuca story is and why people are so fired up about it, because obviously I appreciate.
One of the things Candace does, I'm gonna stop real quick. One of the things Candace does is she tries to reframe the situation in her favor. So by people calling out and saying that the Fort Huachuca story sounds ridiculous and you sound insane, she says that they're being attacked, that people are panicking, that everybody's up in a tizzy. No, we're just making fun of you because you sound crazy. The whole Egyptian plane thing was ridiculous, okay? That's just the truth of the matter. It was ridiculous. So notice how she's going to frame this situation as if she's the victim, as if everybody's being big old meanie heads to her because what she's saying makes sense. Ma'am, it doesn't make sense. So they're not being meanie heads. They're actually just telling you the truth that you sound crazy. And we have no problem telling you that. Let's go.
That not everybody watches my podcast. And there has been just such an aggressive, I would describe it as a misinformation campaign. A lot of people that are chasing rabbits. It has nothing to do with what we discussed on the show. And I do think it's important for people to also have the clarity of how quickly this all unfolded. So I did create this little timeline, which I just jotted down because if I make one mistake, then the internet jumps down my throat. It's weird. When you hear how this all transpired, you're going to recognize that it all happened very quickly and very aggressively. So I have told the story on my podcast. I hate that This is just the reality of how it happened. Okay. So it was a holy day of obligation, and I did my podcast. Obviously, we do not normally go to mass in the evenings on a Monday. I think it was Monday. I think it was Monday the 8th. And we went. I literally jumped off air my podcast, ran to mass. And for whatever reason, maybe because it was just like later in the day, I didn't do my usual prayer, meaning that I normally start my prayers with gratitude, what I'm grateful for, praying for everyone in the family. And this
Notice, remember, and I'm gonna say this, and I know I have a lot of people who are Catholic that follow me, a lot of people who are non-Christian that follow me, and of course believers as well. And I'm not trying to slight anybody, okay? So please, this is not an underhanded. I'm usually pretty ham-fisted when I'm trying to slight somebody. Candace really wants you to believe that she is super, super de duper, really spiritual, and forget what, because she's terminally on Twitter. And I really think that Twitter, the comments that come through Twitter really hit her differently than comments on Facebook or YouTube or Instagram. I don't know why, because she goes crazy on Instagram. So I do think a lot of people calling her out about what she calls her Christianity or what she calls her faith, and a lot of people are calling her on the carpet, myself included. I really believe that she really doesn't like that. It bothers her. It hurts her differently than, again, if you did it on Twitter. I'm sorry, if you did it on Instagram, or if you did it on somewhere else. It really hurts some reason or another on Twitter. Reason I bring that up is she really wants you to know in this opening that she was in contact with God. She is super important. She ran from the studio. She went to a special service, and she didn't even do her regular special prayers that she prays. She prayed a specialty super hotline to Jesus prayer, and God answered her. She really wants you to believe that. Now, whether you believe it or not, that is your decision. I'm going to tell you right now, you don't have to believe that because it's not true. But she wants you to believe that.
time, for whatever reason, I just went with just basically pleading for a missing piece and saying, essentially that everyone
Not pleading for salvation for a lost family member, not pleading for crime to decrease in Nashville, not pleading that my left inflamed toenail can stop throbbing. No, I'm pleading for the Charlie Kirk case. Make it make sense.
recognizes that there is something very wrong with this Charlie Kirk story, but I just feel like there's like a small piece of this thing missing. And I was just deeply praying for a missing piece. I just want you guys to know that was truly the backstory. I then go home after mass, I sit in my bed, and I open my laptop, and there are literally 50,000 emails in my tips box. That's the old box. That's not even more tips. That's the old inbox.
Imagine how amazing it is out of 50,000 emails in the old email box and however many quadrillion in the new email box, you come across Mitch Snow, and God just drops Mitch Snow right in your lap, and all of the world changes after you prayed this specialty duper super hotline Jesus prayer. Okay, makes sense.
And one just pops in, and it's from a woman, and she just writes, I really think that you should call my friend Mitch. He has a story that you're going to want to hear.
Okay, let me call.
I never just, and someone drops a number, randomly call them. Obviously, I usually email back and I'll say, please give me some indication of this or that. I don't know what came over me, but I was like, would this be an answered prayer? And I pick up the phone and I call Mitch. And he's kind of startled. I don't think he was just maybe with this friend. And he's like, I can't believe I'm speaking to Candace Owens. And he then proceeds to tell me the story of how he was at Fort Huachuca Air Base dealing with an issue that happened 35 years ago.
Okay, so she's cutting right to the chase. She's not telling you the whole drug cartel, finding the tunnel, drugs, all that stuff. She's jumping to just the meat of the matter, which I appreciate because the other story was stupid too. However, notice how quickly she skips very key elements of this story. Very key elements, because there's parts of the story that she's not including in here that really make what she's about to say sound crazy. Okay, let's go.
when he discovered a cartel tunnel. And he happened to, and I want to be very clear here because this is important, there were only two people that he mentioned to me on the phone, and he felt absolutely certain that he saw them. Okay. He said on the evening of the 8th, he saw who he then learned later on was Erica Kirk. He saw her at the Candlewood Inn and Suites on September 8th. She was with a younger guy who looked like he was in special forces. He talks about his watch. And the bigger thing for me was that the next day he said that he saw this meeting that he accidentally stumbled upon, what must have been a very important top brass meeting. Essentially described it as like there were 12 to 13 O6s. And
okay, I'll stop right there for a second. And maybe I'll go back and I'll splice in the actual intro where she reads the quote unquote notes that she had from Mitch Snow. He doesn't say that he saw Erica Kirk. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said he saw a woman with gray eyes in the lobby of the lobby of the hotel. Blonde woman with gray eyes or something like that. He doesn't say it was Erica Kirk. Candace proposed it to him later on, and he said, oh, yeah, that was her. And he saw Brian Harpole on the Sean Ryan show, and he said that was him. I don't believe he actually mentioned anybody's name. But he didn't say Erica's, by the way.
You don't see that much unless it's a very important meeting. And he described the meeting in military terms. The way that I understood it was basically, this is like final hands on deck. We're about to go on, and there's going to be a mission. And he stumbled into this building by a long set of circumstances. He was going to get a coffee. He didn't realize that JTF had gotten back together. He struck up a conversation because he recognized the patch of the 10th Mountain Brigade. And eventually they tell him, oh yeah, we're actually using this random offsite building. We're back together. It's now JTF Southern Border. And that's how he walked in. And at that moment, he was talking to people at the front desk. He saw Brian Harpole walking out of this meeting with somebody. And I'll tell you when we started talking about Mark Amadei, but he initially did not contact me about Mark Amadei or Cabot Phillips. I recognized Erica Kirk on September 8th, leaving the Candlewood Inn Suites on the base, and I recognized Brian Harpole.
Now, you might not. We watched Alex Jones earlier, and Alex Jones, he's a little high octane. I think that's fair, okay? Alex Jones is a little high octane. Let me make sure I understand what Candace wants me to believe. And I asked this person, I had a conversation with somebody who supports Candace yesterday, and I said, let me make sure I understand what you want me to believe. That 12 high-ranking military, I don't know what level that is, E6 or E5s, whatever, right? 12 of them were in a meeting with other key figures allegedly working together to delete Charlie Kirk the next day. Oh, and his wife and his head of security were both in the meeting as well. And all of these men and women all agreed to go along with this, to murder the man that I guess you could almost say single-handedly is responsible for Trump's presidency, returning a level of civility and respect to the military. They're okay with deleting him because why? That makes the fact that Candace has said this story so many times and nobody pushes back on her is probably a sign that God is judging her at this point. I mean, at this point, she don't have no friends that care about her. You can't have a friend. There's no way you want me to believe this story. There's just no way. I would much rather believe that a foreign entity wanted to take out Charlie Kirk because he got Trump elected, or the Antifa crowd or the furry brigade. They wanted to take him out because of things he said. I'd really much believe that a Muslim took him out before I believe that 12 5-star generals or whatever this term is, right? 12 of these guys got together and pinky swear not to tell anything to delete Charlie Kirk because of why. Like, I don't understand the reason. What is the reason why they did it? It makes no sense. Now, if 13-star generals were just getting knocked off left and right, I might believe you like, dang, they're taking them out. They must have been in on it. That might have made sense. Ma'am, nothing like that is happening. You sound crazy, Candace, and somebody needs to tell you. My name is Jason. I don't necessarily know if I'm your friend, but I'm going to tell you, Candace, you sound crazy.
On the 9th, the morning of the 9th, the meeting was concluding at 7:30 a.m. Now, obviously, because
Morning of the 9th.
September 9th, the way that he described it was, first and foremost, this is like, we're about to do a mission. It's the day before Charlie Kirk dies. There's been a lot of speculation about Brian Harpole. He definitively has lied about things, which are on my list. He lied about what they did to prepare for Charlie speaking, kind of showed the messages. He was a bit weird about that. I was going, okay, that's really the most compelling piece for me. It's like Brian Harpole.
No, there's a reason why, and I'm just going to ask y'all to kind of put a pin in it. And I'm going to ask a question. I want you to just put a pin in it. Don't even worry about answering it. I got a feeling, I have a hunch, we'll get an answer soon. Why do you think Candace keeps picking on bringing up Brian Harpole? Don't even worry about answering it. Don't even write it. Put a pin in it. And like I said, I'm hoping and I'm praying that we'll have an answer real soon. But it just seems odd that she just keeps picking on that man. Him, Brian Harpole particularly. Like, why does he keep getting caught in her? Because she's evil. That's unequivocal. But why does she keep bringing him up? It's very interesting. My next point is, and I'm going to say this later on. I like somebody put a pin. They literally put a pin. You right there, GGB. You are my friend. Okay. I'm going to say this. My name is Jason. I really want TPUSA, come up here to the front of the church. All of y'all. Everybody, I don't care if you're a mailman. I don't care if you work in marketing. Erica, all of y'all. Get up here to the front of the church. Have a seat. Stop engaging with this crazy woman. Stop it. Just stop it. Don't send her no emails. Don't confirm anything. Don't deny anything. Stop it. Every time you connect with this woman, and you too, Andrew Colvett, stop it. Stop engaging with this crazy woman. Every time you do something, you give her more content. Stop. I think you all are foolishly thinking you're dealing with somebody who's a Christian. You're foolishly thinking you're dealing with somebody who is sane. You're not. You're dealing with a crazy crack addict down there by the train station that talks to pigeons. Stop it. No more, TPUSA. Stop. I'm going to say it like this. If they connect with her one more time, I'm going to stop. I can't rock with TPUSA because you're not serious at this point. We can see that this woman is trying to destroy you, and y'all keep patty cake baker's man with her, and every time she gets a chance, she punching you in your throat. Stop it. TPUSA, stop it. There's nothing good that comes from it. Who cares what she says? I don't care anymore. She can say what she says about Erica. She can say what she say about Neff. She can say what she wants to say about Andrew. She can say what she wants to say about anybody. Okay, I don't care. Stop messing with her because she's not a fair dealer. Stop it. Please, for the love of everything on this planet. If you want to continue to do the good things that TPUSA has done, stop engaging Candace. I forgot her middle name. Candace Owens. Stop it. There's nothing good that comes from it. Just leave her alone. Who cares what she says? Who cares? Now, if you got to sue her, now y'all can mess with her then. You get my permission. I'll give you a hat tip on that one. If you're not suing her, then don't engage with her. Your lawyers don't need to talk to her. Your mailman don't talk to her. If your barista at the Starbucks talks to her, cut them off. Nobody talks with her. Just stop it. Stop it. It doesn't make sense. It's sad to watch because in a moment, we're going to see that y'all sent her and y'all engage with her. You try to give her some information to turn the temperature down. And what did she do? She ran in another direction with it. It's kind of like that the old ping pong game on Atari. Every time you hit it, it bangs somewhere else, bang somewhere else, bang. Just stop. Just literally put the controller down, walk away, unplug the TV, kick it out the window. Just stop. That's the end of my rant.
Because I'm running in my head, okay, obviously the Erica thing could be interesting, but that's on the 8th. maybe Erica was with Dan Flood. I mean, she has security. It's Fort Huachuca. It's kind of in their, the Phoenix backyard. Maybe she's there for a different reason, picking something up. Her mother's sick. Her mother works in defense. Like, my mindset was just, the Brian Harpole thing is the most compelling piece for me because I think he's been acting weird. And obviously I was not going to just assume that I should have him on the show. Before I went through some basic fact checks, I ran it up to some person that I trust very much, that is in government, that is in the military, asked him to vet the story. I mean, I was basically up all night dealing with this because I was going, oh my gosh, what if this is the answered prayer? And we are about to be able to assert definitively that Brian Harpole was there.
She just, I'm going to probably have to split and splice in when she tells the story the first time and how she's telling the story now. Now, any other time, people are gracious to focus and say, well, yeah, in the heat of the moment, you said one thing. When you had time to cool down and reflect, you said it a little bit differently. Most people respond like that. Candace gives no grace like that. She has never said that she's communicated with somebody in the military to vet the story that Mitch told her. Because remember, this is happening at like 12 o'clock at night. I don't know. And she was on live the next day, 5 o'clock, telling the story. So I don't know where was the window of time between sleeping and homeschooling and being a wife that you were able to do all of this material work that you allegedly did to vet Mitch's story and to tell us a story. And oh yeah, by the way, the story crumbled soon after we put pressure on it. And we realized that a lot of what you told us was wrong. And a lot of what he told us was a lie. Just something interesting.
So I did those sort of basic checks. And then it was December 9th. And I just told the story of what Mitch had told me. I did not mention Erica's name. That's very important because I did not, again, think that that was necessarily relevant to the meeting that had happened on the 9th. And I wanted to speak about Brian Harpole. And I just said it was a blonde girl. Anyways, that's the 9th. On December 10th is the very next day is when Erica sat down with Harrison Faulkner on Fox News, and she addressed conspiracy theorists as sick and said that she wanted them to stop. And then suddenly I'm trending and people are like, well, she's basically saying that you need to stop. And I was like, okay, that's just weird. Then the next day on the 11th is when Barry Weiss used the snippet of the now infamous, stop, just stop, which the TikTokers went very crazy on. And I was like, okay, that is that was specifically obviously about me. It's like Barry Weiss said, the podcaster Candace Owens. And it kind of backfired, I would say, on the internet. And suddenly the next thing I knew, Erica and I had a date to meet on that Monday. So that was Thursday.
I don't know. This story that Candace tells, first of all, it's already deflected from the word go. I don't believe the Egyptian plane story from the word go. From the first moment she got it, I said that was a stupid story. So we're already here at Fort Huachuca, almost a month and a quarter later. I still think it's a stupid story. But what she just said right here contradicts what Megyn Kelly said. Megyn Kelly said they have been in communication since the beginning to try to get some kind of resolution between Erica and Candace. So, and that's why, Megyn Kelly was lying when she said she doesn't consume Candace's content. And she was like, oh, I can't believe, Ben Shapiro, you're saying that she said this about Erica? She already knew it. She was already well aware of it. So again, like this, the fact that this story has gone this far is going to have to be studied by science. It's amazing. It's amazing that we're this far.
The stop, just stop snippet. Friday, I had no show. Sunday, I want to tell you this part because this is important. On December 14th, I received a text message from Ian Carroll. I hope he is in this chat. I'd like him to jump in case I get anything wrong here. But the text message was to me and my producer, and he was like, hey, like, I have something for you guys that I need to discuss. It's pretty urgent. When I got around to calling Ian, he told me that basically he had received information from someone. He didn't want to give me the name of the person, and that definitively, like, Brian Harpole was preparing some huge lawsuit against me. And I was like, that's really weird. And I think he said like some big, like, Texas lawsuit. I don't know what but like basically it was like, it's a big lawsuit, and like, you're going to want to be careful talking about.
Okay, well, there you go. Never mind. Cat's out the bag. She just said it. That's why she's been talking about Brian Harpo so much. That's why. Brian Harpo is going to probably drop some papers on her desk real soon. That's why she's been calling him out so much. Because Candace can't not do it. She can't. Like with most normal people, like when you know the big bully's coming, when you know the big dog is coming, you kind of like calm down a little bit. She's going to keep making noise and drawing attention, just like she did in the Macron case. Well, guess what? She's doing the exact same thing with Brian Harpo. So that's why I think, yes, as far as I know, based upon information and belief, that's why. So that's why I asked you to put a pin in it. I didn't know she was going to say it, but yeah, that's why. Because she's upset about it. How dare you do that? And let me go ahead and raise chaos in the meantime. That's what she's doing.
About this, and I was like, okay, well, that just can't be accurate because that's not how lawsuits work. I know about lawsuits, and I said, I think someone's intentionally giving you bad information to try to scare me from talking about the Fort Huachuca thing anymore, because I hadn't yet hosted Mitch to tell a story, but I had indicated that like I might do more with Mitch, or I might pass him off to Ian Carroll. Next thing you know, Ian Carroll's getting a phone call and told that I'm about to get sued for mentioning Brian Harpole. So I thought that was like a little weird, and I basically said to Ian, I think, yeah, intentionally somebody gave you bad information. You first have to start with the cease and desist, and I don't factually know if what Mitch said was wrong. That ends. Monday is when Erica and I
don't think that's, and by the way, lawyers in the house, and again, we got, interstate situations right here. I don't think that's true. I don't think you have to start with a cease and desist. I don't think you need to. Especially if they've already shown you the evidence, because we know Brian Harpo is going to show the evidence of where he was, and she's lying and she's false in this area. So I don't think you need to have a cease and desist, because the cease and desist is the proverbial, hey, let me show you this information. Why don't you stop? Now I'm going to go ahead and drop this lawsuit on you. I could be wrong, but I don't know if that's exactly right, Candace.
Sit down for 4.5 hours, and Turning Point kind of hosted a Q&A, which I thought was unfair and against the rules, I will say, because we agreed to not speak about anything. But that went on. Obviously, on the Tuesday, I came back and actually, let's go back to the meeting with Erica, because this is also relevant. During that meeting, I did not bring up the Fort Huachuca thing because I, first and foremost, needed to continue vetting various aspects of it, but also I have Brian Harpole's number. And so I was just going to text Brian Harpole directly. But it is worth saying that during that interview, Erica gave me Brian Harpole's flights and said, like, I know that you mentioned that you thought Brian Harpole was at this interview. Here are his flights. Now, you guys would later see those flights because Alex Jones then mysteriously has these flights. I took the flights from her. I thought it was interesting because I didn't bring up Fort Huachuca, and I wasn't intending to bring up Fort Huachuca, and I hadn't mentioned Erica on the show. And I looked at them and I said, oh, well, this is not an alibi, because the meeting ended at 7:30 a.m. and planes that left Fort Huachuca were back in Texas. The SAM plane, as we know, went straight to Texas. And I think Brian Harpole's flight left at like 3:42 or something in the afternoon in Texas. So I was like, this does not conflict with the idea that he could have been leaving a meeting at 7:30 a.m. So it's a pretty short flight to Texas. So I said that, and that was it. But I said, but thank you for giving me this, because now I can tell people that I have these flights, and also that he doesn't yet have an alibi for that morning. I just wanted to mention that because I feel like that's important. Anyways, obviously, when we went back on air on Tuesday, I recapped I was tired, and just kind of went through kind of the high points or the things that we had discussed. It was a very long meeting. On Wednesday, we broke the story about Charlie's car, and that we actually had exclusive photos of what the inside of the car looked like. On Thursday, I made the decision to have Mitch on my show. And the reason why we made that decision is because we were then working in the background to verify other aspects of his story. And we were.
I'm sorry. There's no way you're going to convince me. No, there's no way. Candace, you did not verify. I'm sorry. It's funny when she needs to spread diffuse the stink bomb. She uses words like we and our and us. When she wants to get all the glory, when she wants all the shine, all the roses, all the flowers, it's I, me, my. And ma'am, no, there's nobody helping you. You did this by yourself. I refuse to believe that anybody looked at the information that Mitch gave, did any real serious background check, and then ran with that. There's just no way. There's just no way you're going to convince me that. None whatsoever. You are lying, and maybe you're lying to yourself. Maybe you deceived yourself into believing a lie. You lied to yourself so much that you believe that you were the captain of the cheerleading squad when you were in high school, and now you just believe it. Maybe that's it. Or maybe you're just lying because you think your audience is not going to check. They have no way of checking because good gracious, you're not going to give them a receipt or anything evidentiary that they can look at. So I don't know what it is, but ma'am, no, there's no way. No. Y'all put no in the chat. No, we don't believe you, Candace. No.
Able to do that. I now felt beyond confident. He had sent me all of his metadata. He had sent me, as you guys already saw, his ID cards, his former passports, his new passports. He even sent me, now I can't say that this Mexican person was in the cartel, but his story was that he was being hunted by the cartel. He certainly had like court documents documenting that a
Why don't you show us all of that? Like, isn't that interesting that Candace will say that she has all this stuff? Why don't you just upload it to your website right alongside with your Egyptian plane data? Why don't you upload it and people can see it for themselves? Instead of you saying, trust me, bro, I gave you this. I already have it. Because there's people who honestly believe that she's shown this stuff. I got them in my email. I've had conversations with these people. They do believe that Candace has shown evidence. I'm like, you do realize she hasn't done that. Oh, yes, she did. Where is it? Well, she's shown it. Where? Y'all, she playing in your faces, Candy. If you're a member of Cantifa, she playing in your face.
Spanish person had broken into his home and whatever had happened. So I believed him. I believed his story. I knew that he was a Green Beret. Like I told you, I verified that information right away. And I knew that he had stumbled upon this meeting and he thought this is why they were pulling him aside. They may have thought something else, but it was substantially true. Everything he said was substantially true. Whether or not he saw Brian Harpole, I don't really know, right? Now, of course, the decision to have him on, I was aware that I could not say to him, I felt that would have been super inauthentic if I was like, hey, tell your story, but like, let's not talk about the fact that you think 100% that you saw Erica. Like that would have just been inauthentic. And I feel like people know that, I don't know, you guys would have just like sussed that out in 4 seconds. So I understood obviously that we were opening a can of worms because people were going to be compelled obviously by the fact that potentially Erica Kirk was on the base the evening before, if you will, on September 8th. But again, my main thing was Brian Harpole. During that time, as we were vetting his story, he described the congressman. He thought he was pretty certain that it was a congressman of some description. And he described him what he looked like, glasses, about the age. And he said the height was 5'9". So we were sending him photos of congressmen that we thought could fit the bill, just so you guys know this. And he was like, no, 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 no. We sent him Amadei and he's like, this person looks very familiar. Like this could be the person. Like, have you looked into his story? Like, do you think that this could be the guy? Like this is the first person that really looks like the guy. And he said, is he 5'9"? And I Googled that and it said he was 5'9". I actually think Google's wrong on that. I think his height is wrong. I will say that now. But it's important for you to know that he did not initially come to us with Amadei.
My kids are really creative. My daughters are super creative. And when they were younger, I used to love it. I really wish I had recorded it. Because I'm a Lego dad. I really like Legos. I really wish it was appropriate for a grown man to play with Legos because I promise you, I probably wouldn't even be doing this. I'd probably be playing with Legos. I love Legos, but I realize that there's a time and season, so I put them away. But boy, oh boy, my heart was so happy when my daughters picked up Legos and I could watch them play. Oh my gosh, my heart, it just did my heart good. Watch them. And one of the things they used to do, because they like the little minifigures. So I would literally buy like used Legos, or we go to like these Lego swap meets and all this stuff like that. And they had hundreds, if not tens of, they had maybe 1,000 little minifigures. I think they're called Legos and Friends, and then the traditional. And every last one of those minifigures had a story. They had a story, and these girls would sit around, and you could hear them talking and playing for hours and making up these stories, and they were so elaborate. And you would come in, and I'm kind of mad that I didn't record it, because they won't do it now, because they're big and they're stinky kids now. Oh dang, they're women almost, right? But you would come in there and you could sit there and watch, and you say, hey, what about this character? And they'll tell you a story. What about this one? And then what about this? What about these two? Oh, they don't like each other. They were so detailed. You could not have told my daughters that these stories were not real. You couldn't have. It didn't matter what they were saying. They knew that these stories were real. And I mean, but that's what kids do. And I was so down. My wife was like, boy, get out of here. She would walk away. She didn't care. I would sit in that room, sit on the side of that bed, and let them talk to me for an hour. I don't care. I just loved watching it. It was so much fun watching them just create these whole stories and and oh my gosh, the buildings they built and all of that stuff. Like one of them's whole dresser was an entire city. Like she couldn't put anything on her dresser but the Lego city. Like that was it. And it carried over onto like a little nightstand and onto the floor. Like it was crazy. And they had like a little elevator to go from the dresser down to the floor, and it was insane. And I only bring that up because this is what this sounds like. The only problem is Candace is not as adorable as a 6-year-old, and her story sounds ridiculous. Okay? Like maybe Candace should have like some little Lego figures or something. Maybe it'll make it funnier. That's what we should do. We should redo her story in minifigs. That's what we do. If anybody redoes Candace's story as a short with minifigures, I will absolutely post it and play it. Because that's it. Like, it sounds ridiculous. I really want to use the R word. Like, it sounds retarded. Like, it's like, what's wrong with you? Y'all would say the same thing. If I was over here playing with minifigures on here, y'all be like, Jason, bruh, like, are you okay? No. This is what's going on with the mini. That's what she sounds like. She sounds like a kid playing with minifigures. What's wrong with you? Oh my gosh. And the bad thing is people are taking her seriously. That's the last part, and I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go. Shout out to Legos.
Sent him photos. It was just Erica and Brian Harple.
Shit is crazy.
Okay, so we have him on, obviously, and he says both of the names, and what happened thereafter is what I can only describe as like an explosion. I get contacted from somebody who's in DC, and they were very concerned and thought maybe somebody was feeding me bad information. And I was kind of interested in the phone call, not going to name the person, but was basically like, worried about your security and things like that. And I was like, I think we're good. Like, we're just kind of vetting the story. Then on the 20th, and this is very interesting, these two YouTubers, Valhalla and Paramount Tactical, reach out to Mitch.
Shout out to Valhalla and Paramount Tactical. Shout out to them. Okay. This is her video from last night. This is her, was it X Spaces? This is her X Space from last night. And I just want y'all to think about this. She can go out and say something ridiculous with no evidence whatsoever. She can just say it. And when you push back or you say, no, that's not the case, because it's pushing back in the direction that she ultimately wants to go, you become a suspect. That's crazy work. That's just nasty work. I don't understand it. And then that's supposed to be an explosion. No, ma'am, it's people saying that what you're saying is ridiculous. Let's go, Jason.
And they're being super nice to him. And they're saying, or one of them said, and I don't want to mix them up, but we have the video of it because Mitch is predisposed to paranoia. And he recorded them. And I'm going to drop the conversations. I'm happy to drop them after this live. They're so nice to him. This is on December 20th. And they're not questioning whether or not he was in the special forces. They're not saying anything weird. And they're actually saying to him that I may be under foreign influence. And I'm like, okay, these guys are clearly not good guys. or actually the 20th is when he first told me that they had reached out to him and wanted him on his podcast. It might have been the 21st that they called him. I'll clear that up. But between the 20th and the 22nd is when they are suddenly calling him, and they're like, oh, like, yeah, we're just concerned about Candace. Okay, yeah, and you're going to see in a couple of days he loses his mind and suddenly speaking to like exes and baby mamas like he's Jerry Springer, but that was the nature of their phone call. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. I don't know these guys. And then on the 22nd, I get another phone call from Ian Carroll. Oh, he's here. I'm going to add you, Ian. Add a speaker. I get another phone call from Ian Carroll, and this time Ian is like totally freaked as in like very concerned, because obviously like I have a good relationship with Ian Carroll, and to some degree he respects Valhalla. And he's like, look, I have this friend who's in the military. He has a YouTube channel, and he basically runs me through, and he's like basically saying that he wants to talk to me. And it was kind of said to me in a way that was like, if you don't kind of take this rope, like, and jump off of this Mitch train, like what's going to come out about Mitch is going to be explosive, and you're going to like go down on the ship. That's essentially the vibe that Valhalla was giving to Ian Carroll, and basically like kind of demanding to get on the phone with me. And I was like, and then he starts talking about, first he said stolen valor. Like he was never a Green Beret. I was like, he absolutely.
Okay. I'm gonna let her tease it out. But I think Ian Carroll and Valhalla, as far as I know, Valhalla does support Candace. He does lean more Candace-esque than like myself. And, of course, Ian Carroll rocks with her, of course. And I think they were giving her good advice because Candace refused. I think Candace knew that Mitch was garbage. She just needed him to say something. She just needed him. He's like a bad information mule. Like, you don't really care about the mule. You just need to carry this package to wherever you're going. And I really think that she just needed him to get this message out. I don't think Candace cares one bit. I'll go as far to probably say she'll probably never have him back on her show again after this, because she really only needed him to say what he said as it relates to, 95% sure I saw Brian Harpole and 99% I saw Erica, because you can't forget those eyes. And that's all she needed. Everything else was ancillary. Everything else, she needed that information to be put out there. That's it. So, I mean, there's no other reason to see. So I think that Ian Carroll or whoever was trying to tell her to stop was right. The problem is they didn't realize that this is what she wanted to do. This is where she was trying to get to. Let's go.
He was a Green Beret. I sent that up the chain of the government. Like, that's just not true. And it felt to me like they were clearly being quite aggressive with Ian on the phone, demanding to speak to me, demanding that I allow them onto my platform, talking about his like ex-wives. I was like, I don't care about any of this. And I said to Ian, this seems to me like they're trying to distract me with stupid stuff. Like, if he has something that is concrete that like Mitch somehow defrauded me or lied and did like definitively was not a Green Beret, then please just have him email it to me. And I said, and if he emails that to me, I will deal with it immediately. And
remember earlier I told you, remember how she dealt with the Robbie Hill guy? Remember that? She went all down the, all this kind of crazy stuff. Maybe again, I don't know whether or not why this person's last name is German. We got to find it out. Somebody's telling you like, hey, this guy may very well have a nasty past that you might want to be mindful of. Oh, don't worry about this email management. Okay. And isn't it interesting that, remember, she did all of this vetting. This is why I tell you, Candace is not serious. She did all of this alleged vetting. Remember that? And she didn't come up with the fact that the dude has been to jail for beating up wives and former live-ins and stuff, that his kids and family don't want anything to do with him. She didn't come across that little tidbit, that little factoid. Okay. All right. Hey. Oh, all right. Hey, there we go.
And I also made it clear to Ian that, because they were like, oh, then like she could get in trouble for fraud because she raised money for this guy and he wasn't even like a Green Beret. I was like, first off, he never asked me to raise money for him. So the idea that he was doing this to defraud me for money, that came out naturally when I was live. I said I would do a give, send, go, because I said people were going to start digging up things.
That was the money laundering part. This is the payment part. She meant to pay him for what he's about to do, which is, I'm gonna feed this mule, but this mule is gonna walk this thing across the borderline for me, and I'll feed the mule. Sure. But I'm not going to feed him out of my pocket. I'm going to set up an environment where everybody else will feed the meal for me.
Like I just had a feeling like I thought it would be other people, but I just felt like, oh, let's raise money for him. He had a tough life, whatever. And I had that court paperwork of what he was going through. So that was natural. And not only that, but the very next day, which I will show on my show this week, Mitch sent me an email the day after I started the Give, Send, Go. The morning after, he sent me and Skylar an email and said, thank you so much for raising money, but I do not want to accept this money from you. And he was very self-deprecating. He was like, I'm just a fat, ugly man, and I just wanted to help, and I don't deserve this. Like, I don't deserve this from the public. And then I called him and I was like, Mitch, this is kind of stressful. Like, I don't want to figure out how to like give people back all this money. And he was like, how about this? If the tip that I gave you proves fruitful, like if it's actually Brian Harpole or if it's Erica, then I will take the money. Otherwise, I don't want it. So he was never trying to get money from me. That whole, he's a fraud. He was trying to steal. Like, none of that is real. It's just completely made up. And again, I will.
In the chat. And I haven't watched this. I admit. I watched the first couple minutes and I watched the end of it. So all this right here is brand new to me. In the chat, real quick, if you really believe that he gonna not take that money, go ahead and put that in the chat. Go ahead and put that in the chat if you believe that Mitch Snow is not going to take that money. Yeah, put that in the chat. I would love to see how many of you all believe that he's not going to take that bread. That bread is as good as buttered. Let me tell y'all right now. It is sliced and warm and buttery good. He is going to eat. He's taking that bread. Brian Harpo's already proved that he wasn't there. Erica's already proven that she was with her mother, taking care of her mother. They don't care. It don't matter. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. TPUSA does not need to deal with her ever again. Ever again. And the last thing I'm going to ask, last question in this section. Why don't you just put it on the screen? Why don't you do it right now? Why don't you put it on the screen right now? Show us the email where Mitch Snow emailed you and say you don't want the money. Because it doesn't exist and you're never going to show it. That's why. My editor was hitting me up and said, she says, I'm going to show in the next episode or I'll show tomorrow a lot. And she never does it. I said, that's her whole shtick. She never is going to do it. She'll just say it and people will be like, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, fine. I'll just run with it. Yeah. Okay. Let me keep this going. Let's go.
Drop the receipts of exactly when he emailed me the morning after.
Do it right now.
So yeah, that's what I said to Ian. And I was like, I just don't care about anything about his background at all. I want to know if they have anything about him not being Green Beret. I will obviously post an update and say this guy completely tricked me with his metadata and everything. They were unwilling to do that. They did not want to do that. And so that's when they started, I guess, talking to his estranged son from 20 years ago. I don't know. I don't know because I knew that it was an intentional trying to pull you, like they want to bring you down in mud so that you don't go forward and you have to just focus on the facts. So
contacting the man whose family used to own the apple orchard that became UVU, that's perfectly fine. Contacting a man whose family used to own the apple orchard, there's no problem with that whatsoever. That is A-okay. Let me get the little, that's A-okay. There we go. Yeah. Fireworks emoji, right? But contacting Mitch Snow's estranged wives and children to determine that he's a bad guy, that's not good. That's no good. That's no good. No good. Let me make it rain on me. Like, no good. Terrible. That's terrible. That's a horrible thing to do. Gotcha. That makes perfect sense. Everything. Remember, she was the one that was looking at the company because they made valves. This woman is insufferable. At some point, I really think that Candace is, she's lost the whole plot. The whole plot is gone. We're watching like improv at this point. This woman, let's go.
The backstory of Fort Huachuca. We all then know what happens next. And Alex Jones jumps into the fray. He's talking about Mitch's history. He's putting out all this information. Mark Amadei did, I do want to say as an update, I scrubbed through looking for roll calls. And then somebody indicated to me that they see him in his chair. He missed the roll call for some reason. But early on in the video, I agree, it does look like Mark Amadei. So that might be, it could be him, and we're looking for somebody else.
Why not just say it is him and that you're wrong? Like, what's the likelihood of there being another black man with a beard who's bald, who has a very nice hat, by the way, that'll be dropping soon on his merch store, sitting in this chair? Sure, there's a possibility, but the likelihood, the overwhelming possibility is that it's me. Like, why don't you just say that? Sure, it could be it might be him. It could be him. I mean, Candace, you're falling into the old trope that all white men look alike. Just stop it. Quit it. Just say it. He was there. You were wrong. It is okay. I think it's fair to say when you confess that you're wrong, it actually is release. It frees you. I can admit, y'all, I'm wrong. I can admit. My bad. I'm sorry. Y'all, I apologize. It feels good to not try to hold up this weight of being, perfect. I can tell y'all in a second, y'all messed up. Yep, I messed up. I did. You know what? Hey, you know what? I'm going to fess up real quick. Y'all like, Jason, this show is long and you just talking. And this is my show. I'm going to do it. I used to all the time say the link is down in the description. And you know what? I would never put the link down in the description. I would never do it. I would say, y'all, I'm going to put the link to this video down in the description. I would never do it. Sometimes I would even be thinking like, why am I even saying this? I'm not putting the link in the description. I got convicted because somebody would ask every now and then would say, hey, where's the link to the video? Like, why am I not giving these people what I promised these people? I promised these people a link down in the description. I'm not putting the link in the description because I'm just being lazy. Why not put the link in the description? And I feel convicted. And you know what? I feel much better now when I say the link is down in the description that I'm like, I probably already put it in there. Yeah, I did do that. It feels better, Candace. Just stop lying. Stop lying. And you'll feel better, Candace. I really think you'll feel better if you stop lying. You really will. Good gracious, man. Just stop. Okay, let's go.
Else who looks like Mark Amadei, and I also think his height is wrong on Google. I don't think he looks like he's 5'9". So Mark Amadei might be completely like off the hook on that. And again, he wasn't.
So that means your guy would be wrong. That means your dude would be wrong. Mark Amadei might be off the hook. He's not on the hook now. Candace, you're nobody. But even more than that, ma'am, that means that your dude was wrong. All that 95%, I'm sure I saw it. Ma'am, you're crazy. Stop it. Okay, let's go.
He said we gave him that photo. Now, the Cabot Phillips thing is also very interesting. I don't really care about, Mitch's estranged relationship with his son. Like, I'm not interested. I'm not Maury. I'm not here to, bring families back together. But I tried to debunk him. I thought that was very easy to be able to debunk him with Cabot Phillips because Cabot Phillips, he has a daily show at the Daily Wire. I think he does it maybe 3 times a week or something. But the Morning Wire, obviously, I worked the Daily Wire. And I was like, well, that's pretty simple. If you're saying that Cabot Phillips was here in Arizona, he actually lives here in Nashville and he has a show. Let me just go find him on his show. Well, it also turns out that Cabot Phillips from September 4th all the way through to September 10th until September 11th took a vacation and he wasn't on his show. So when I realized that, I did the right thing. I messaged Cabot Phillips. I sent him 2 messages asking if he could just answer whether or not he was there because I don't want to throw any shade his way. I had sent him, just to get to the Cabot Phillips bit, I had sent Mitch multiple photos of guys like this person. I thought maybe Dan Flood this. He's like, no. I gave him no context, but saw that Cabot Phillips was trending. And I had no idea he was one of Erica's exes. I sent him the photo and he's like, that's the guy. That's the guy that was with her. And again, I'm now relying on Mitch's memory. I don't know what his facial recognition software is. If it's like mine, it's terrible. Okay. I can meet someone 5 times and still not place their faces. But if it was my husband, he can meet someone once and he's like, that's him. We saw him at the airport in New Jersey. You don't remember? And I'm like, of course I don't remember. Some people have it, some people don't. So I just wanted to try to confirm it. Cabot Phillips did not respond to me. Okay, you can say he's not required to respond to me. That's fine. I'm giving you the information. I would probably respond, just because it's such an easy thing to do. But that was interesting. I was compelled by that. He said that he thought the person was potentially a pilot or would have had pilots in his family, because Mitch said, I'm a watch guy, and I recognized his watch, and it's a watch that pilots wear. It's digital. It had a yellow button, whatever. Well, there's never been anything publicly about Cabot being in the military. So I was like, that seems wrong to me. And then sure enough, I dug up a post that his grandfather was I don't know, like awarded high honors in the military and was an Air Force guy. So I was like, okay, well, that's another like interesting thing that's happening. I would like to look further into that. Now, in terms of
But
people saying,
so because his grandfather was in the military, we now have to look at him suspect, but we don't look at your husband like that. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, Candace cannot be taken seriously, y'all. If you're still a member of Cantifa, you are willingly being duped, because she doesn't do the same thing with her own father-in-law. She doesn't look at anybody else in her family with the same level of suspicion like that she does this guy, because his grandfather was in the military. Not his dad, not his brother, but his grandfather. You don't even know his grandfather was even like, how do we, any of this stuff? What if he was estranged from his grandfather? What if his grandfather died when he was young? There's so many other layers and questions that could be added. And I think those questions probably are true if we did dig into it and look into it. But even more than that, my last point to this is, how do we know that anything that you just told us was true about his grandfather? We don't know. You've shown me nothing. You just said it. And people will run with it. Cantifa will run with that sentence, and they'll never say, show us proof.
that, Erica doesn't owe you an alibi. I didn't ask Erica for an alibi. So
Yes, you
when
did.
suddenly I realized that Paramount Tactical was speaking with Andrew Colvett and she was providing an alibi to Andrew Colvett, well, then suddenly now, if you're going to provide an alibi, then let's provide an alibi. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy to
No, we
just
don't.
communicate whatever that alibi is. I never demanded it privately. I didn't demand it in her face. And I still don't, even if she had said, yeah, I was at Fort Huachuca, I was at a hotel and I was dropping off a package, that doesn't necessarily put her at the
Oh my
meeting the next
gosh, you
day.
would have
But
killed
Mitch
her.
did say that the person who he thinks looks like Cabot Phillips was at that meeting the next day. So obviously that's interesting. Like, obviously, if we're investigating this, we should just, we could check it off the list and move on. I have messaged Brian Harpole, just so you guys know, thus far, I want to say 4 times, at least 3 times, asking him. Again, we can't say he was willing to give his flights, but doesn't want to also just give his metadata or a picture or something they took, a text message.
Now, if Brian Harpole is about to drop a legal suit on her, why in the world would he engage with her? And why would she reach out to him 4 times? Doesn't that sound panic? Doesn't that sound panic to you? Maybe it's me, because I wouldn't be texting somebody that I thought was a low down, dirty, rotten murderer that stood next to his best friend, or a good friend rather, an employer, and allowed him to get killed. I probably wouldn't be texting that person. I probably would not want to engage with that person. So texting him 3 times is 3 times too many. But you could have reached out to Brian Harpole all these other times too. Why are you now just reaching out to him? And why is it now such a panic that you got to reach out to him? Just seems interesting to me. Don't respond to him, y'all.
At that time to clear his name. You either want to give an alibi or you don't want to give an alibi.
I don't want to give
You
an
either
alibi.
are saying, I don't owe you an alibi, I don't want to answer at all. But if you're going to do something halfway, then you should provide a full alibi. Now, I will say that I had some communication. I did message also once the thing exploded with Andrew Kovac, because he's just getting on my nerves. Like, really, I have been so nice in terms of what I have told the public about things that Andrew Kovac told me. He's starting to a little bit play with the bull, and we're getting real close. We're getting real close to me just saying, if you guys really think that I have not been fair, you will really recognize how fair I have been if he keeps pressing me. And I felt very pushed by that Paramount Tactical thing. These people are lunatics, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, send me a text, and I could have shut it down immediately. But you're like, I'm assuming you're also the person talking to speaking to Alex, because Alex did say on his show that he spoke to Turning Point USA people, and he had Brian Harpole's flight. So it's pretty obvious. It seems like they're working behind the scenes, and that's annoying me. It's annoying me a lot, actually.
Who
Anyways,
cares?
so once I saw that Andrew Colvett was speaking with Paramount Tactical and being, I don't know, I guess sort of denigrating what we were doing, I then was like, okay, let me text someone more responsible at Turning Point USA and ask, hey, do you guys want to give me an alibi? So I put Andrew Colvett
No,
and the COO in a chat, and I was like, hey, just figured we could have a direct line and you can just give me.
I don't need to give you an alibi for something I did not do. The fact that Candace thinks that she, again, I'm just going to say it again, TPUSA, stop engaging Candace Owens. Please just stop. She's insane. Do you want to give me an alibi? Like, listen to that sentence. That's some, goodbye. I'm leaving the group chat. Jason has left the group chat. I'm blocking the number and I'm going to keep it going.
Erica's alibi, and I'd be happy to publish it because I'm not interested
We
in
know
like
you're going to
throwing mud on
publish it,
someone's
boo.
name.
We
I just want to
know.
get to the truth. That conversation was had yesterday, and they did give me an indication of what she was doing, which was making dinner for Charlie. I have asked for, metadata to show that that it was, Charlie that she was texting, and I'm still waiting for that.
So they gave her data, and what did she do? She asked for more. She asked for more. Now I need the metadata that you were texting Charlie. Why don't you give me your metadata? Why don't you? We'll do a day for day. You show me everything that you sent on that day. I'll send you everything I sent on that day. How about that? All of the metadata. And metadata can be manipulated, by the way. Let's just forget that. Let's not even forget that part. But who are you? Like, this is the craziest thing. Like, I'm the muckraker. And if y'all don't want me to keep raking muck around you, you got to send me something. That sounds like extortion in a journalistic sense. It sounds like extortion. This is crazy work, y'all. Crazy work.
The last conversation I had with them, I think that was
Should have
yesterday,
been the last.
Sunday at around 1:00 p.m. ish, my time, Central, I think. And they said that Erica got busy with the kids and that they were going to get me something. So I'm still waiting on that. Just so you guys know that I have been responsible and speaking to the people directly trying to get the information. Now, obviously, Sam, I very much agree with you, and I'm going to let you jump in here. Actually, let's start with Harrison because I would love to hear his side. I think it's for the most part, he's done a lot of great work. He has not been feeding us a fed slop and telling us that Charlie had a magic neck, and it's good to hear from people who disagree with us. So, Harrison, if you want to unmute yourself and jump in, that would be great.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I guess my whole thing is why does this meeting even matter? Like, what is the actual claim that's being made here? That's been my confusion the whole point,
Yeah.
the whole time is like, okay, let's say that there's absolute proof, photographic evidence that everything that Snow says is true. Like, who cares? I mean, what does that prove? What is the actual accusation? Who do you think was conspiring with who to do what?
Yeah.
And I think obviously the name of the episode was, the day before Charlie Kirk was murdered. The insinuation is that this was a assassination planning meeting,
Yeah.
which I don't even see any evidence of that. And then people I'm arguing with online are saying, no, this has nothing to do with the assassination.
Yeah.
So I guess if the space is why this matters, why does Fort Huacachuca even matter? Like, what is the claim being made? I still don't even understand that.
So it matters because why would Brian Harpole be on Fort Huachuca at all? Right? It matters because he's giving an alibi, which means he doesn't want to be associated. Like, it could have easily not mattered. Kind of, to speak to your credit, he could have been like, yeah, I was at Fort Huachuca with my brother. And my brother's in the military. I was dropping off some food. Okay. Like, that could have been then suddenly.
Raise your hand if you think Candace would have accepted Brian Harpole saying, hey, I dropped my brother off some grub. He wanted some In-N-Out burger, and I got him a double, triple animal style with a large vanilla milkshake. In the chat, if you think she would accept that, let me know. Let me know. As if she would have accepted that. There is a no chance in the world she would have accepted that. Who cares? Brian Harpole, if he were, which, by the way, he's already proven that he wasn't, he has the right to be there. If he were there and he had, he didn't sneak on base or funnel through or wear a disguise to get on, He has the right to be there at the base. And guess what? I don't have the right to ask him why he was there. It doesn't matter. It's none of my business. It's none of my business at all. So he was there meeting his little honey dip. That's it. That's his prerogative. If he was there taking his brother a double triple from In-N-Out Burger, that's his business. If he was there planning the coming over here and fixing that bear patch in my yard, well, that's my business. But shout out to him if he was. Shout out to a military grade fertilizer. Absolutely. Let's get it done. That's their business. Why does Candace think she has the right to ask the question and require a response? That's the part that I'm stuck there. I don't even know if that's first gear or whatever I can't get past. How do you even think you deserve a response? Like, ma'am, you don't deserve a response. It's okay. It is okay. You don't deserve it. You don't. Let's go.
End. That would have been nothing. Now, because Mitch had described this as a top secret meeting in an off-site building,
That's something else.
and
Hold on,
had described this as top brass.
Explain. Explain this to me. You got the top 12 whomevers and all that kind of stuff. All these top people, right? They're having a meeting about something super clandestine of taking out Charlie Kirk, right? And they're just having it in the front break room, right? They're just having the meeting in the front break room up there by the secretary's office, secretary check-in desk, because Mitch is standing there checking in and he sees all these big wigs coming out. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, TPUSA, block her and keep it moving. Like, yeah, that makes perfect sense that they would have this big clandestine meeting. The fact that Cantifa still believes this is going to have to be studied by science. It's got to be. There's going to have to be some scientist in a white lab coat with a bunch of pens in his pocket that's going to be studying this to understand just how deflected these people have to be to believe this. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, I mean, come on. Okay, we got
the Pentagon and said that these sorts of meetings, and I am forgetting the military term, are when you're just about to embark on like a mission. I know I really uneducated, but
yeah, you
guys
do.
will sound better
That
saying
you
that.
do.
It was compelling. Like, okay, like I said, Brian Harpole was acting funny. He's been acting weird. He's been telling verifiable lies, and he cared enough to present an alibi, meaning he didn't want people to think he was there.
How? No, Candace really, I don't know if she's just completely oblivious or maybe she's playing in our faces. Does she really think that she and Gary from Paramount Tactical, shout out to Gary, are on the same level? That Brian Harpole will see them both on the same level, right? I've talked to Gary on the phone several times. I would unequivocally, quick, fast, in a hurry, have a conversation with Gary before I had a conversation with Candace Owens. That's just it. Candace has a bigger platform. Candace, I don't know, she'd probably pay me more. I would do it for free. Gary is a good guy. And I think he would be a straight shooter about, pun intended, okay? I think he would be a straight shooter in an interview. So where do you think Brian Harpole would more? Oh, and by the way, Gary has not been saying bad things about me for the last 3 months and accusing me and all this kind of stuff and making accusations against me and so on and so forth. You know what? I'm going to go with Gary. So why do you think, Candace, why do you think Brian Harpole won't return your phone calls and won't engage you? Shocking. This woman cannot be this dense.
Right? So if you have to give someone an alibi, it's because you don't want people to think that you're there.
No, that's not true. That's not true. It's because you're a bonehead and you keep accusing the man and he wants people to know, but he doesn't want to talk. He doesn't want to engage with you. Brian Harpole is not an idiot. He knows if he engages with you, there's not going to be satisfaction. If he was at Fort Huachuca giving his brother a burger, you're going to still have a problem. If he was in Dallas, Texas, matter of fact, he's already told you he was in Dallas, Texas, and you still got a problem. Ma'am, that's why. Let's go.
An alibi is not needed if there's nothing to hide. So that's why it matters. I think that's why it matters. And the reaction, this reaction rather than being forthcoming is why it suddenly feels like, okay, this is important because no one's acting normal. No one's just like, oh yeah, cool, he was there. Like,
Because it's not normal to be accused of killing your friend. That's not normal. Brenda, it's not normal to be accused by some random podcaster that you killed your friend in the most public assassination in modern history. That's not normal. I know it's crazy, but that's not normal. So when the bonehead that's saying it wants to communicate with me, I'm like, oh, send that thing straight to voicemail. I'm not talking to her. I'm blocking the number. Like, come on. You can't be this obtuse. You've got to be, at this point in the game, she's trying to be an idiot. Like, she can't be this much of an idiot. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it.
It also is, as we have now learned, it's an intel base. He was telling the truth about exactly what building it was. I didn't name the building on my show because I wasn't sure if that would be like a national security problem, but it just happened to be
It ain't
that
stopped you
JTF
before.
was borrowing that
It ain't-
offsite building.
It ain't stopped you before from giving information that you didn't know and didn't vet. Go ahead and give the address and tell the maintenance code and everything else where they get their products from for cleaning. You might as well. It has never stopped you before, Candace. It has never stopped you before. You done sat there and doxed a doggone congressman with less information. You might as well tell us where it is so I can go ahead and DoorDash some food over there to Captain Neff. Hey, this woman is an idiot, y'all. Why y'all got me watching this?
And it was supposed to be a top secret meeting for those purposes. Somebody that was involved in blacking out the windows had sent us a tip. Again, it's how people are reacting to the meeting.
It's a top secret meeting in the front break room. Just stop, man. Just stop.
That lets us know that it's important.
Okay. I mean,
Now,
I guess.
regarding the hotel, I never said it was important. Like I said, my perspective was there's 1,000 different reasons that she could have been at that base. Her mother has a contract or had a contract, has a contract with the DOD.
Oh, gosh.
Erica has been open about her mother's ties to the military in the past. She actually did an interview and said that she moved to Arizona because her mother had a contract with the military. So again, weird thing is when Andrew's like, Erica wasn't in some fort, as if he's never heard of Fort Huachuca.
Most of us hadn't heard of Fort Huachuca. Do y'all remember when Candace was saying that the 3 or 4 cars that the quote unquote Egyptians had rented, also the people had stayed at the La Quinta Inn? Remember that? And then she was asking people, if you worked at La Quinta Inn, can you please give me the security footage? Remember? I'm sorry. Y'all, this thing right here, this woman is not serious. She is so unserious. And I know there's Cantifa people in the chat, and I know y'all are upset because I'm laughing at Candace. And I do want to let you know right now, it's very simple, extremely simple. I don't care. This is ridiculous, man. This is mental deficiency. If you still follow Candace Owens, you must understand. I hope that you are not having children. I really do. And I really hope that you're not around crayons and glue. And you might not be around crayons and glue because you ate them. But I would rather you not be around there and ingest those items. And please don't put out any children into the world. You are an idiot if you follow this woman. That's it. My name is Jason, dearwokec@gmail.com. You're welcome. And no scissors. Yeah, please, no scissors. You definitely need those safety scissors. And the scissors, this could be the only scissors you use right here. Okay? Because you're an idiot. If you follow this woman, you're insane. That's it. My name is Jason, dearwokec@gmail.com. I'm sorry. There's no way. No, we don't care anymore. We're not going to play with your feelings. We're going to laugh at you. We are going to make fun of you. So I'm just telling you that right now. There's 1,600 people in this best live chat on the internet. Thank you all so much for rocking with us today. I don't know. There's every now and then Cantifa people roll up in here. Hey, look, we are an open opportunity offender here. We even make room at the front of the church for Cantifa people. We did let TPUSA sit up here earlier because they needed to hear that. But now Cantifa sits up in the front. We're going to make fun of you. And that's just going to be the end of it. I'm just saying. the amount of shenanigans and mockery that's going to happen moving forward is going to be studied by science, because that's what you get. If you still rock with this woman, you get what you get, and you don't pitch a fit.
Brother is in the military. His brother is a Captain Curtis Colvett. His first cousin is Captain Robert Colvett. So that kind of a language is why I've named this, why it suddenly really matters, right? It was sort of one episode. I didn't exactly dedicate a whole series to it. The reaction has been so almost like violently obsessed that the public is now going, oh, okay, well, it feels like there's something here. I think that's just sort of our natural instinct.
Okay. I mean, I think if
I
you're
don't believe
saying
that.
that somebody is somewhere and they weren't there, then providing the alibi is not in and of itself suspicious. If the alibi is not confirmed, I guess you can be suspicious of that. But again, I still, there's still not an answer. Like, okay, let's just say you're right. Let's just say that absolutely they were there.
Yeah.
What does that prove? What is the accusation? Because what it sounds like, and I mean, what the insinuation obviously is that this was a planning meeting for the assassination, and the people there had pre-knowledge of the assassination, and were therefore in on it. So I think that if you are making that accusation, which in effect you are, right? You're in effect saying, okay, Erica Kirk and the head of TPUSA security were at this pre-assassination
I didn't
planning
say
meeting.
Erica was there, so you guys have to stop repeating that. It's Erica was never at that meeting, and that's
Whoa.
another thing. I've never said Erica was at the meeting. Mitch has never said Erica was at that meeting.
Hold on. No, Mitch said that she was at. Hold up. Editor Jason, find that clip. Mitch said he saw her. I got to find it now. Mitch said he saw her that day. Hold on. Maybe I misunderstood what he was saying. Maybe I was too drawn in. Didn't he say that? Hold on. I know the best live chat. Yeah, he said he saw her that day. That's not just, something that, no, this woman, she thinks y'all crazy, man. She thinks y'all are bona fide crazy. I'm sorry. Here, let it play, Jason. I think I found it. 1 second.
Never an indication she was at that meeting. He did not see her on September 9th. It was Brian Harpole who was at that meeting. To my knowledge, Brian Harpole, I don't know why he would be at an intel base at a meeting with top brass. And what I can tell you is if he was there, Turning Point doesn't know he was there. According to Erica and Justin Strife, who I sat down for 4.5 hours. So if Turning Point has him on their payroll, and they've outright purchased a security firm, and they don't know what he's doing on an intel base, yeah, it matters. And we don't need to know the conclusion to follow the clues here that something's wrong. So that there's this fashionable thing where people are always like, well, what's the final thing you're saying? Well, we don't know the final thing that we're saying, because that's not how an investigation works.
Well,
we
you
have
can
to follow the thing that's the lie. We have to follow, okay, this guy said he was here, he wasn't. What does that mean? I don't know what it means yet. I don't know what it means yet. What I'm saying is the reaction to this is not normal. Brian Harpole shouldn't be on an intel base if Turning Point doesn't know about it. And he's presented an alibi that doesn't actually cover where he was, but he felt it necessary to give an alibi. So, I don't know, interesting. And I think we have a right to think. So, if that's cool, I'm just going to let somebody else jump in right here. Is that okay, Harrison? Or do you want to just have a final thought there?
Sure. Okay. So Erica Kirk was not there. You don't believe that Erica Kirk was there at all.
She wasn't there on the 9th. She was not seen on the 9th. It's not about whether I believe she was there. She wasn't seen on the 9th. That was never said. He never said it. I never said it.
Okay. But she was seen on the 8th.
Yes. And not at the intel meeting. Not.
Okay. I just found it and I'm trying to hear both things at the same time. In Mitch's video, he does say that he saw Erica in the lobby at Fort Huachuca the night before. So he does say the night before, but he also saw her allegedly with a man that he also saw the next day in the meeting. Okay, so there's a lot of back and forth, but I really believe, I feel like I've heard him say that she was there. So anyway, that's what I heard. So shout out.
In the intel, headquarters or whatever building they were using, she was not seen with the top brass, nothing like that.
So the pre-assassination planning meeting happened on the morning of the 9th. She was seen in the area on the afternoon of the 8th, but those were unrelated. She just happened to be there.
They're related because of the person she was with, who he believes looks like Cabot Phillips. He did see that person at the meeting on the 9th.
Okay, so again, you are saying that basically these people were there to conspire to kill Charlie Kirk, right? I mean,
you can keep saying what you're saying, or you can listen to what I'm saying. But if you want to just say what you're saying, just say it and don't put it behind you're saying. Just say, hey, I'm Harrison and I'm saying, right? That's easier, I think. So what did you
okay.
say?
Hi, I'm Harrison. What I'm saying is that in 2 months, nobody is going to remember the name Mitch Snow or Fort Huachuca, and this is not going to go anywhere, and that this is a nothing burger. I just think it's an absolute nothing burger that's not going to lead anywhere. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. You can prove me wrong, but again, my whole thing has always been that this devolves into this question of like, was he there? Was he not there? And the whole time I'm just going, what does it matter? If the conclusion is that he's a complete liar, it's the exact same outcome as proving that these people were actually there, because so far you haven't connected it to the assassination in any way whatsoever, except that maybe this guy thinks that he saw people that are around Charlie Kirk. And my whole point is, obviously the insinuation is, I mean, again, when you're saying Erica Kirk was there, but not actually there on the day, but in the area, but not because of the assassination meeting, but it's like, okay, clearly the insinuation is that these people had something to do with the assassination, and you can make that claim or not, or pretend that you are, or pretend that you're not, but you obviously are. But like, that's all. I don't really care about
Okay.
any of that.
Thanks,
But
Harrison.
you have to.
Thank you. Let's skip somebody. I think,
Okay.
just for you to say something clearly and obviously and clearly doesn't make it clear or obvious.
Okay.
I'm following this investigation. Charlie was assassinated. I'm going to take every step and I'm going to say what I know at the exact time that I know it. So I cannot say that it was definitively an assassination meeting. I can say that I have a feeling about this meeting, that if it is in fact Brian Harpole there and he's lying about that, then that's not good. It's not a good thing, because there's no reason to lie unless you have something to hide. But thank you so much for your feedback. I appreciate that, and hope to speak in the future. I am going to
She's not happy. Anybody who said it, like, she's not happy at all.
allow Ian. Did you want to jump in here?
I'd be happy to, but depends on what you want to talk about. I had to jump in late. I was in a different meeting when I got some text messages of like, yo, get in here.
Oh, yeah. I was just mentioning, I was giving the timeline and just telling people when you and I had the call, and you were kind of just trying to give me a heads up about, Valhalla, I think it was Valhalla, right? That wanted to speak with me about Mitch and that his backstory was stolen valor. I wasn't sure if I got something wrong, but I thought it was Valhalla, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of people that have been trying to get a hold of you. I'm like a regular conduit for people trying to get a hold of you. You know how it is.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
but yeah, definitely there's been it was once things started to fire up, people were starting to talk about like what they saw as holes in Mitch's story.
Yeah.
And it's been very interesting to watch how that has evolved on channels like Paramount Tactical especially.
Yeah. And now I don't know if it's evolving or devolving.
Yeah. I do
But
want to say though, real quick though, is that I was expecting Valhalla to go way more off the rail. Like he definitely voiced his opinion when he did his episode with all of his evidence. He definitely came out hot and voiced his opinion. But I actually was pleasantly surprised by how Valhalla did that, in the sense that based on what he knew and the source that he had, he condemned what he saw as what Mitch was and what Mitch's actions were. But he also didn't like. I felt glad that he didn't overstep himself and kind of blow up on you too hard and try to like over extrapolate what he was showing. But I also have been watching what other people have been bringing out about Mitch since then, that seemed to make me question whether what Valhalla had was the whole story. So I'm just kind of sitting back and
yeah,
watching
and
all
that
the
was also
evidence.
another thing. I think that's a good point, Ian. Is like people that were pretending that they were speaking to like his like baby mamas and his son that he hasn't spoken to since he was 2, by the way. So if he hasn't spoken to him since he was 2, the implication is his son knows his father through his mother. That's like what happens when you don't speak to your father
Yeah.
since you were 2. But it is interesting that they didn't do any background checks on the women, like
Yep.
who then I saw, and I didn't want to again get dragged down in the mud, but like they had had accused a few men, but they stayed away from that. It was like, no. Like, this is what's out there about Mitch. And that's why I was saying to you, like, I was like, this feels to me like a way to distract from what I basically am trying to do, which is I feel like I'm the only one that's actually trying to debunk Mitch, like
Yeah.
going to Brian Harpole, going to Turning Point USA and saying, hey, like, give me something. I'm happy for this to be wrong. Whereas everyone else seems to just be trying to distract. I do want to let's do Ryan and then Isabella, and then we'll do Diligent Denizen. I think that's right. Yeah,
Diligent actually, his app kicked him down. You should re-add him.
I did.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Candace, I'm just jumping in here listening right now, so I'm going to hang out for a minute and then
Cool.
I'll jump in at the end.
Cool. Awesome. Isabella, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me up here. It's been a lot of debate going on with this, and I think Harrison did bring up some good points, and I've been really interested in the drama between you and Evan, and I'm curious, so Morgan and Evan are friends, and did she just randomly reach out to you and let you know this? Because that's a little shady on her part with Evan.
No, she didn't. She actually did it by accident. So
Oh,
she, I don't know her at all. I think she's had a pretty good opinion about stuff, and she's definitely kind of been one of the early people on saying how she was treated when she started talking about Israel. And so I think what happened was we should definitely separate Evan from Israel, Evan from Morgan. Morgan kind of, it seemed weird because it was like nothing happened, and then they both kind of wrote these statements, like, and you don't actually have to, break up with anybody on X, that you can just just not agree with something. I don't know. I never feel like the need to write like a very long statement if I disagree with something, a commentator that I'm listening to. I'm like, kind of like, like I listen to,
yeah.
yeah, like I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I'm never like, for a long time, I've really loved Matt Walsh, but his take, it's like, I don't know. So I think it seemed a little extra to people on the outside that were looking
Yeah,
at it.
yeah, yeah.
And it was at the same time. And so I messaged her and I was like, I follow you. You could just message me if you thought some part of your story wasn't real. And I sent her some docs about the cartel person. I was like, he sent me so many docs that like his story is real. Like, I don't, this happened. Here are the medals he received. I obviously did my due diligence. And she said, thank you. And then she was sending me a clip of, it was just a clip of Paramount Tactical. And I think she was sending it because she was like, oh, look what his son is saying. But actually, I found it interesting because the son then confirmed the story, like that he was on Fort Huachuca Air Base. And she didn't realize that when she screen recorded, her text messages were coming in from Evan. And he was like
Oh my
saying what he was
gosh.
going to post. So I think it was just honestly an innocent mistake. But I was then like, okay, it looked weird that you both posted this. And now it looks like you're kind of coordinating it. And I think people felt it was coordinated because it's not a natural thing to do. Now,
Yeah.
Evan, the reason I say I would separate him is just because like, he's just lying. Like he's like, this has been debunked. It hasn't been debunked. He's like defending Alex Jones and saying, oh, Alex Jones did say that, you met your husband through PJW. I'm like, no, he didn't say that. So he seems like he's being intentionally dishonest about stuff. She kind of just made one statement. Timing was a bit weird. Yeah, that's kind of how that happened.
Interesting. Okay. And then something else, like with what Evan is claiming, it kind of just reminds me of, there's a man that's coming into prominence, and then you see a bunch of women come out, Me Too. It's like, okay, maybe he's not correct, maybe he's lying, but he does seem to have more evidence supporting what he's saying than these
Right.
random disgruntled women. So I'm not saying that it's incorrect, that they're wrong, but I feel like we should be remembering that, hey, this is what these like women do, and the government will get behind them and kind of.
It's very interesting that this woman says what she says. By the way, okay, I found the transcript for both of the times. I'm sorry, for the time that Mitch was on her show and then the time that Candace spoke about it after the fact. I don't see her saying that Erica was at the meeting, the secret squirrel meeting that morning, only that he was in the lobby or she was in the lobby allegedly. Okay, so I think it's adorable that they are talking about disgruntled ex-wives as if they would lie. How dare like a disgruntled ex-wife would lie about something about their ex-husband. That's kind of what it sounds like they're saying by insinuating the Me Too movement, which is very interesting because many people are saying that's what Candace is, a disgruntled ex-employee doing the exact same thing. So it's odd that she's saying that and she's just nodding her head. I don't think Candace realized what she was going to say. And I think that's why she's looking kind of like, she does have like a little deer in the headlights look a little bit right here. If you see it right there, but it looks very interesting. And there's no evidence. And yes, you all are making those points. There is no evidence at all that Erica was at Fort Huachuca at all. Period. End of story. There, case closed. There's no evidence to it. Just because you say it and Mitch says it, that's why I'm saying, like, she brought Mitch in there and he has such a checkered past. Everybody's going to be tearing it down. And she can just say, see, the reason they're tearing it down is because he was on to something. No, because he was a terrible person. That's it. All right, let's go.
Push them to make to say these Me Too things to discredit people. So
Right. And the thing is and correct me if I'm wrong, but like there were no convictions. So it feels like we're getting involved in somebody's divorce and somebody's like, man, like it's just not my business.
it's
Like
always
it's literally
messy.
So that's why I asked you all earlier, did Mitch ever go to jail? Because then that means there was convictions. She literally just said something. Either A, didn't Mitch go to jail? So either A, what she's saying is wrong, or B, she doesn't know because she didn't vet the guy. Like, Mitch went to jail. So that means I don't know, do you go to jail without being convicted? Whether it was 8 days, 8 hours, 80 months, he went to jail. There was some level of conviction. He was found guilty of something. Right? But he went to jail. He went to jail. He went to jail. You know what? This is what the judge said to Mitch.
You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
He went to jail. So there was a conviction. So for her to say that there was no conviction, ma'am, that's not true. Do you think she just didn't know? I don't know. Whatever.
it's not my business. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry to say that I don't care, but I don't care. I care
Of
about
course
who
you
killed
don't.
Charlie Kirk. I care about whether what he said he saw in Fort Huachuca is real or not. And every other piece of his story checked out. Like I got the military police report. So this just feels like mud, you know? And like I said to Ian, I said, look, if your buddy Gary wants to do like, you know, Becoming Mitch 9 seasons, let him do it. You know, everybody has to follow like what is their passionate life. And I was like, I just personally don't care. And so I encourage everybody who is feeling passionately against Mitch to go down that rabbit hole. I am focused on what happened that day. And thus far, nothing Mitch has said to me has not checked out. And even they won't even admit that they like, you know, lied about some stuff in the past. Like when Ian was contacted, they were like, it's stolen valor. He wasn't a Green Beret. And then they like casually admitted on their show, okay, no, he was a Green Beret. But I'm embarrassed he was a Green Beret because look at these.
But, ma'am, you haven't admitted the things that you found wrong. You've danced around everything. And again, I don't know if it was stolen valor. And I've talked to people who thought it initially was stolen valor, but found that he had served for, a year as a Green Beret or something of that nature. Okay, so what? They were wrong. Okay, whatever. Like, what does that mean? But something else means. Hold on. Like, but what does that mean? I hate to say who cares, but who cares? What we do care about is CJ just blessed 5 people with memberships. Shout out. If you got a membership from CJ, please make sure you say thank you to CJ. Thank you so much, man. That's very kind of you, man. Grace and peace. Thank you. All right, let's get done. Let's finish.
Female and their allegations, but we're not going to mention all the allegations that exist with these women. Like that just feels like, it does feel like Me Too. And I'm just not interested in it. Morgan just actually jumped on. So I do want to add her as a speaker. And Morgan, you sort of missed maybe some of this, but I did just sort of run people through what happened and kind of said, like, I kind of view what you and Evan did to be different. And, you know, I think for everybody, it was just sort of the timing of you guys, like, and the style of needing to announce it, I think was a bit different. And I think that's why you kind of got the reaction that you did. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to have the floor and say what you wanted to. Morgan?
Oh, hi. I didn't know that you were talking to me. I'm sorry. How are you? How
Yeah,
is
good. How
everybody?
are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for giving me the floor because there's been so much freaking drama in the last couple of days, and everybody I feel like has been trying to pit us against one another for some reason. And I keep reiterating, I have no issues with Candace. I'm still 100% on board with the investigation. I have my reservations about Mitch, and I feel like I should be able to voice those concerns. And I know that a lot of people don't care about his past or his history, or I don't even want to say only his history, because currently it's my understanding that he does have open cases. But when we're looking at somebody's credibility, how can we find them credible if the only thing that we have to take is their word for something? And right now it's he said, she said. He said that he saw people there and we can only take his word for it. And when you have every single person in his life, not only the exes, but his children, who he's never had custody of any of them, they all say the same thing, that he's a pathological liar. I have trouble trusting an individual like that. And I just want to make sure that we stay on track in finding out what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. And so I think what I would offer back is that's what we have been doing. So rather than speaking to his son, I contacted people on the base, like, okay, he said that somebody named Neff, which is what he said initially in contacting me, Captain Neff was the one who questioned him. So rather than speaking to his son from 22 years ago, I think the people would say, why don't you speak to somebody who's on Fort Huachuca base now and see if there's a Captain Neff there? And that's what we did. And we confirmed that Captain Neff and the 10th Brigade was there. He said,
Okay, Candace is she really needs to stop. There's a couple problems with the Captain Neff story. Now, if you go back to the original, when she told the whole story about her first time meeting Mitch, Captain Neff was one of the gentlemen that interrogated him. The problem is that little weird Word document that she posted on Twitter and said, see, this is proof that he was on the base. Well, in that narrative, besides the fact that they talk about Michael Snow, but in that narrative, you search high and you search low, you search left, you search right, you will not find a Captain Neff. So something's wrong with the story. Either what Mitch told you was right, or what's in this narrative is right, but they can't be both because they're not the same. So I think this is adorable that she brings this up, because that's not, I think almost she wants you to argue something that she wants you to argue something that she's not arguing, which is kind of crazy.
it was in an offsite building, a JTF offsite building. We spoke to people at the base and they told us.
Oh yeah, that was another question. Why didn't you reach out to the son? You reached out to the base and you alleged that Captain Neff was there, but why didn't you reach out to the son? Would that not have helped your story? Would that not have quashed any concerns that you have? Just wondering.
Building, here's where it is in the map, and they are borrowing the space. He told us that this incident happened and the bomb dogs were called. So I made an effort and successfully got the police report. That's how we verify whether or not he's a pathological liar.
Where's the police report?
Is by verifying what he said, right? And so that's why, as I said before you jumped on, I reached out to the people that were involved. I reached out to Brian Harpole 3 times. He wanted to give an alibi in the sense of like giving flights for 3:42 that afternoon. Okay, so what's stopping you from giving us what you're doing at 7:30 a.m., right? Like that kind of is what's weird. It's like you give half an alibi and it doesn't matter, but you don't want to give the full thing. You don't want to just message me and say, hey, just so you know, that wasn't me. So that's what we're actually doing, is trying to verify the last thing, which is just like really his memory. He did tell the truth. He told the truth about everything that happened that morning. And so the last thing is, does he have a good facial memory? And thus far, we've not been able to, and I am in the process, as I said, of speaking with Turning Point USA. We haven't yet gotten a clean answer from people who have indicated that they do want to give an alibi, right? Because Andrew Colvett is messaging Paramount Tactical with an alibi. Well, I'm your girl. I'm the only one I think that's trying to debunk Mitch. Because I'm like, give me your alibi and I will post it. So yeah, I think that's
I guess my concern is like, okay, so if they don't provide any alibis, then what happens? Does this just stay open-ended and then it keeps being the main focus?
Well, they did. That's the point. And that's why this is now, that's why I named this Why It Suddenly Really Matters, right? So if they had like kind of stayed out of it and we're like, well, I'm not even going to answer because it's so stupid, then we're like, okay, well, maybe he's just wrong. And that would be what it was. He would just be wrong. He wouldn't be a liar because he was where he said he was, and the people that were there, and Captain Neff was whatever. But they
Where's
did
Captain
give
Neff?
an alibi. So they do care, right? They
No. See, that's the thing. That's the other part. Just because somebody ignores you doesn't mean they care. They might actually think you're crazy and want to get away from you. like what do you? Candace sees people running away from her and says, see, they're trying to get healthy so they can get closer to me. Like, man, what are you talking about? They're getting away from you. They're ignoring you. No. So if they don't engage you, that doesn't mean that they're guilty. They just don't want to engage you. There is another option. This woman is ridiculous.
cared enough to give it to like obscure YouTubers, which is kind of random. Like, it's like, okay, why are you wheeling and dealing? If Andrew Colvett did not get caught live orchestrating an alibi, it shows that Erica cared because she's showing her metadata. So wouldn't the common sense thing to be, if you care that much, rather than going through obscure YouTubers, like, wouldn't you just go direct to Candace and be like, hey, I saw you did an episode on this. Like, here's the information you're looking for. They all have a direct line to me.
Shout out to obscure
I would have
YouTubers.
published it immediately.
Right. I wonder if say let's Erica does provide something, are people going to be are they going to accept that from her?
I would, and I would end it. Like I would. That's like my goal is not to look stupid, right? So like if she gives me like an alibi and she's like, "Here's where I was," like why would I not just instantly be like, "Hey, here, like it wasn't her. Thanks, Mitch. Like it was a different blonde." Like we've been very open to that, and I said that 1,000 times on the show. You either have really good memory when you see faces or you have a bad memory like I do when I see faces. I don't know Mitch, so I don't know, but he was pretty detail oriented about the watch and little things. And I think beyond anything else, the reaction when Andrew Colvett is wheeling and dealing behind the scenes, it then makes things really compelling, right? If he didn't get caught on that live, I probably would be neutral. I mean, I did one episode on this. Everybody's acting like I've done like becoming Brigitte. You know what I mean? Like we've been investigating the Charlie thing. We've covered so many things. I do one episode on Mitch, and everyone's like, "No, like we gotta talk to his high school classmates. We gotta talk." It's like, dude,
But
like,
you do
like
that
everybody
though.
calm down. I'm getting threats of lawsuits in the background. So like Ian was like,
Told you. She getting threats of lawsuits. I'm telling you. I'm sure there's more coming. I'm sure, ma'am. But you literally do that. You're literally following after the what's the name? The Robbie Hind guy. You're literally digging him up because he was in a picture with somebody. Like, come on. What about the maroon? Come on, the Maroon Assassins. Ma'am, please become self-aware. Under your Christmas tree needed to be self-awareness. That's what you should have got for Christmas.
you know, I got to talk to you before your next episode, is what his text was, because they were putting pressure on him to get me to stop reporting on this. They didn't want me to even interview Mitch. So I just find that to be compelling. Like, what is this panic about? Especially because you could end it in 4 seconds by just messaging me and being like, here you go.
Yeah, well, they never are forthcoming. I mean, that's the problem with Turning Point this far.
Yeah.
And they could put a lot of things to rest, but they keep gaslighting. So
Yeah.
hopefully they do. I still
I
don't
hope so
trust
too.
Mitch, but that's just where I'm at with it. And yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's fine. Yeah, and I want to say, like, I'm totally chill with that. Like, I, by the way, like, if I was running like the Bachelor show, I would get it. Like, but I'm not asking people to marry Mitch. I'm asking people to trust me enough to have done my due diligence to tell you that he was where he says he was, and
I
that,
believe, I do
yeah,
want to interject and
and
say, I do
so.
believe that he's there, that he was
But
there.
what
I
I
mean,
can't figure out for what other reason, because he didn't ask to come on my show. He didn't ask me for money. Like he literally had his friend send me an email saying like this is something that you should know. And then I asked him to come on the show. And then I randomly live said, I wanted to raise money. And then he, which you missed, Morgan, said to me, I don't want the money the very next morning, and said if the tip ends up working and it helps you solve the murder of Charlie, then sure. But I don't, I'm not in this for money. I'm just like a fat old
Never
ugly
gonna
guy.
happen.
So like the whole idea of him doing this for money or doing this for fame just doesn't jive with the facts of how it all came about. So for me, obviously I'm the one that's in the center dealing with him. Um, yeah, do I think he's like paranoid? Do I believe that he probably hasn't been like the number one father in life? Sure. That's just not my business, It's just genuinely not my business.
Wow.
yeah, I don't know. I try to look at things from a biblical lens, and you have to judge people by their fruit. And if all your fruit is rotten, then I have trouble believing anything that you have to say.
Yeah, but I also think that you should judge the women the same way, because they
Yeah,
had
but if they're
backgrounds
all,
too.
if there's a bunch, if everybody's saying the same thing and it's just
Yeah.
one person, like you're not the
Wow.
victim.
I didn't say it was big. I'm
Wow.
just saying that, like,
No,
if
no, I'm
that
sorry,
that's
not
like
you,
you
him.
know where I'm at on the Harvey Weinstein stuff. Like, there were like 3,000 women, and I don't think he raped a single one. So I don't accept that argument. Like, I think we just disagree on the Me Too
Yeah,
stuff.
but he's like a nobody. That's different than Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, I just think I don't know. I just like to hear both sides of a story when it comes to like allegations against men, whether they're famous or not. I just think it's like I'm pretty
Wow.
like even on that stuff. I always have to hear both sides, but like I didn't even want to care. I didn't want to hear Mitch's side about his ex-wife. I didn't want to hear her side about him. It's just not my business. But thank you.
That is y'all did not tell me. Y'all gotta warn me about this. This is wild. This is okay. I'm just gonna keep. We gotta go.
Morgan, I hope that clarifies everything. And
It
like,
didn't.
I'm glad that you're a part of the conversation and you have every right not to believe Mitch.
Yeah, thank
Um,
you. We'll see what happens.
yeah, we'll see. Mel, would you like to jump into the foray?
Yes, thank you so much for having me real quick. So I just want to say, I get everybody's kind of hesitation with Mitch. Having been married to a Green Beret, having been around the military my entire life, I have seen all of this, all of it. Okay. So I was a lot like you, Candace. I was like, I actually don't care. I don't care about any of the background, anything like that. All I know is that this man has made very specific allegations against.
Why would that not play a role? If you don't care about Mitch's background, why do we care about Erica's background? Why does, if she was, I mean, because you see some egregious stuff on Twitter about Erica. Why does any of that matter if none of the stuff matters about Mitch? And if it matters about Erica, then wouldn't it matter about Mitch? If you're saying that Erica was secretly married, and I've seen that she secretly had a child before, and all this kind of craziness, then wouldn't it also matter that Mitch just so happened to like beating up on his wife? That doesn't matter at all. It's just that, again, he's a useful tool to Candace. I think she found somebody who's willing to say what she wants them to say. I'm not above the idea that they've concocted the story. I'm not even above that. That they found somebody who could put together a story, who's willing to get on here and besmirch himself, get drugged through the mud for $144,000, and he was willing to do it. That's what I really believe happened. Now, so this is some wild work. Let's get done.
Very specific people with a time and a date. This is very easy to debunk. Very easy, right? He actually, in a way, set you up that could have made you look like a fool.
Mm-hmm. Could have.
And now we are about 2 weeks out, and these people are, again, using random YouTubers, funneling weird, bizarre alibis, kind of.
Everybody who's been on her channel at this current moment is a random commenter on Twitter. I think that's very interesting that for whatever reason, Candace really doesn't like Paramount. I'm going to reach out to Gary and ask him, what did he do to Candace? Because she does not like him. Because he's a random YouTuber. I'm going to text him and tell him he's a random YouTuber. This is some wild work, y'all.
Quasi non-denials through these weirdos, right? And we haven't gotten to the thing. Hey, all you have to do is say straightforward, I was not there. I was not in Cochise County on this date at this time. This is not complicated. And again, Candace Owens is not a random person, okay? She's just not. She's not somebody with a small following. So people can say, well, they don't have to answer her. Well, that's fine, but they clearly care, okay? And when you have a large following and you get accused, or not even accused, because Candace hasn't accused, but when this comes up on someone's huge following, you answer it. You just do, okay? If you have an easy alibi, you just freaking do. I'm so sick of this pretending like, well, I don't have to answer all this crap.
Right.
No, actually, you do.
You don't. No, you really don't, Mel. I know Mel really glazes Candace, and Candace really loves Mel. Y'all go do whatever y'all gonna do. I don't have to answer to you. Nobody in this best live chat on the internet is beholden to me, unless my daughters are in here. I think they might have came and checked in. They might be in here. So they're beholden to me. Everybody else, y'all are not beholden to me. Okay? So you can do what you want to do. And if I demand something from you, you have the right to tell me to go kick rocks from here to Pluto. Like, why do you think that you deserve permit? Like you deserve people's time. Like, that's crazy work. I'm about to text him right now. This is some crazy work, man. Just let it go, Jason.
Okay. Sorry, but you do. Because you guys have been weird about everything from the get-go, okay? And everything about Charlie's murder is weird, okay? I think weird is the one word that we can all agree on. Right?
No.
And now I have looked into the NAR and Turning Point Faith and just the shadiness, the total shadiness surrounding this organization, which again is not its own organization. It is, in fact, an appendage of TPUSA, which means it is TPUSA. It's not like TPUSA Action, which is its own organization. People I don't think, really quite grasp the significance of that, of TPUSA faith being an appendage of TPUSA. But so I know all of the like shenanigans that they've been involved in. So when
the fact that this woman thinks she sounds smart, y'all know what I'm gonna say. It needs to be studied by science. What is she talking about? It's an appendage of the apparatus that continues to flow from the stem of the root of the seed. What are you talking about? The fact that she calls herself a village crazy lady, that irony is not lost on me.
I heard about this originally, I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. Now, I don't quite know what that meeting means. I know Harrison wants some very hard, like, he wants us to make allegations, and
he wants us to make a mistake, more than anything else.
I don't hold on. Why would I want you
here?
Why would I want you to make a mistake?
I don't know if you want me to make a mistake, but I know you have pressed pretty hard for I want you to make a definitive statement, and nobody's ready to make that, actually. Here's what I know. These are the things I know. I presented those to you last night, and then you came back at me with, what, so you're going to accuse me of being paid for? Which was really bizarre to me, because I felt like I was pretty patient and not accusatory at all. Regardless, I'm not even going to go into that. But
well, okay, no. I'll go into it for a second. You said that I was pretending to forget that Charlie Kirk was moving away from Israel, and I was saying the weird thing was by me saying, look, I don't get what this whole meeting is even supposed to be about, or why it would be suspicious, or how it connects to the assassination in any way whatsoever. And that is somehow extrapolated to be, I somehow think that the official story of Charlie Kirk's murder is true. I'm saying I didn't
say that. If you don't know Harrison, then you can just keep watching the show. Like, you're not required to, like, if you're not sure where it's going to go, like, that's kind of the point of just, like, we're all kind of investigating this together. You know what I mean? We've been crowdsourcing this investigation. We have smaller pieces, and the smaller pieces become bigger pieces. Right. Do I know?
Y'all, this is some wild stuff. This is some wild behavior. And see, this is the behavior because Candace has created such a cult type of behavior, or mindset rather, a hive mind in her audience. This is the behavior. Like, you cannot disagree. Like, I think Harrison's asking valid questions. Like, where is this going to? That's an honest question. We need to sit down and have a conversation. Like, where are we going to? What are we trying to get to? What do we want this to look like when we get done? Okay, fine. We want to know that we found whoever killed Charlie Kirk. But it seems like, who do you think did it? Like, can we make that make sense? I think that's a fair and valid question. The fact that they are attacking him because they ask a fair and valid question tells you everything that you need to know.
What it means that there are these, like, little flecks of what looks like there's plastic on the ground of the vehicle that Charlie was carried in after? No. It could mean somebody smashed their phone. It could mean somebody smashed their sunglasses. It could be, one of the theories is like, oh, look, the ADS-B exploded. I don't know. You're, like, demanding, what is it? It's like, I don't know. I just got the picture, man. Like, and so I think your energy is just, frankly, and I'm not trying to be judgmental, but, like, it's a little lame, I guess is a nice way to say it. It's just pretty lame to, like, try to.
Wow. Dang. Yo, man, this guy, dang, dude. Like, he's lame because he's asking you questions. He wasn't asking you about the glass in the car, which I don't even know that that's a real vehicle. We don't know that that's really the vehicle that Charlie was in. There's no reason to believe that. There's no reason to believe that that's the right vehicle. But that's not what he was asking about. He said, what does it matter about Fort Huachuca? That's a very specific place, because you're making that your whole brand, Candace. You made that your whole shtick for at least the last 2 weeks. At least. Because this is what brought together the whole Egyptian plane shenanigans and stop. So I think his question is very valid. Where are you trying to go with this? If you're making this everything, Fort Huachuca is everything, then maybe you should answer, why is it everything? Why does it matter that now, if you can't find, because I think the problem is, she doesn't want to admit that she can't prove that this was some kind of planning meeting to delete Charlie Kirk. That's what she can't prove. And she knows it probably didn't happen. And more importantly, the meeting probably didn't even happen. I mean, truth be told, because she knows that Mitch is very suspect. This is crazy work, y'all. This is wild work.
Put this like unnecessary pressure or make it seem like it's weird that we have questions about why Brian Harpole would be on an intel base if he's actually there. Like, what do you get? What do you mean? It's giving Ben Shapiro, you know? You never want to give Ben Shapiro. Just wait. You just want to wait and like see where it lands. If I start making allegations that are factually untrue, or if I don't recant something, if I go somewhere and it ends up being a dead end, then I would understand that energy. Like if like, you know, Erica did hand me her perfect alibi and I was like, well, I'm not going to say it because I just want to put it out there. But I was actually really hesitant to put Mitch on the show because I wanted, he was like 100% certain it was Erica. He was 100% certain it was Brian Harpole, you know? But I wanted to be very careful about how I went about things. And so I think that we just don't appreciate like people that actually care and are standing up to the feds right now, unnecessarily being sort of tossed to the wolves by like your perspective, which is like, if you don't have a perfect narrative and it's not neat and buttoned down, then don't speak. Like, no, guys, keep speaking, keep asking questions. And if you're on this, like listening right now, you're going to get things wrong and that's okay. Just you have the courage to say you're wrong. And that's what I do. I always do that. I just say, you know what? I thought this, it's actually wrong. Let's pivot.
Okay. I mean, I don't know where you're getting this idea that I'm saying don't do research or anything like that. I am confused why it's been a week of talking about this meeting and I still am not even.
You guys are the ones talking about it.
Because it's been
I've been off air for 8 days. Like,
it's been 3 months. I know, but
I've been off air for 8 days. You guys have been on InfoWars calling me a fraud, this, that, saying my husband's an MI6. Like, what do you mean? Why is this a conversation? Because you won't let it go. I had him on the show. That was it. You know, we were investigating things behind the scenes, like, you know, reaching out, like he had already reached out to people for allies before I even had him on. You know, like, hey, this guy said this, whatever. And then all of a sudden you guys every day are obsessing over it and making up lies. Like, you guys are the reason it's big. Like, respectfully, like, this is the work of you and Alex Jones and Paramount Tactical and Baby Mamas from 2000. Like,
so this is the guy on here is the host. He's somehow or another associated with Alex Jones, the gentleman that they're talking to. Okay, I didn't get that part. All right, continue.
You know, you guys made it a thing.
Y'all made it a thing. It's your fault.
As a friend
you know
of
what I mean?
sides, can I hop in and mediate real quick with
Yeah.
Because I think, firstly, I think that a lot of people come at this journalism from different angles because, and obviously I can't speak for either of you, but Harrison does more of reporting on what's already happened. And Candace tends to make her career out of reporting on trying to figure out what is the next end of the story. And you guys, you know, you both stray into both lanes. But also I want to draw the distinction that Harrison has not been making all the same claims as Alex all the time. Alex is definitely a distinct voice from Harrison, and I've always really respected Harrison. I'm not saying that I actually disagree with him on this take, but I do think that he's not the whole InfoWars crew, and the whole InfoWars crew isn't Alex Jones. And Harrison's reporting hasn't been the same as Alex this whole time.
Right.
But also, I think there might be a little bit of coming at investigations from different angles from the nature of the journalism that you guys both do.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But I think we've been pretty fair. Personally, I definitely have been fair as far as like not conflating Harrison and Alex. And for like reasons I can't, because I feel like I've been pretty straightforward about why I think the Huachuca thing is important. I do think that things were happening behind Charlie's back.
Yeah.
We know that he delegated a lot. So even if you don't think like, oh, this is, and again, I actually don't think this was a like murder planning session. I actually think that personally, and I'm going to just throw it out there, I think that something happened in Korea. I think that there were weird things that happened in Korea. We do know that Pastor Son was arrested the day after Charlie leaves Korea. I think that there were some weird things that were going on. And I think that Charlie wanted to maybe step back from the role that TPUSA Faith was playing in this kind of global foreign policy, forward apparatus that his organization was being used for.
So I just want to point out before Candace jumps in, instead of just believing that the official narrative is, let's just say the official narrative is about 80% right. There's about 20% that we need to kind of knuckle out and kind of vet through, but for the most part, it's about 80% cooked. It's good. We now have, these people want us to believe all of these crazy narratives. Now, somehow or another, TPUSA got in trouble in Korea, and that's why. What are we talking about? Like, I'm sorry, this doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even sound coherent. It sounds like what are we dealing with? And the fact that, again, Candace is her crew tends to glom onto these types of things. Again, I'm not saying that everything about the official narrative is correct or pass the sniff test. There's some more things you need to kind of clear through that. But for the most part, I believe that that's what happened. You want me to believe another narrative with no person who deleted them. Who did it? Why? We have the who and the why over here. I don't even know who, why over here. But I'm supposed to believe this very cobbled together story. Okay, let's go.
The way I can tell you guys that, like, Rob McCoy and Charlie did not love Rob McCoy. That whole speech about him being his pastor, he had voiced his concerns about Rob McCoy. And so again,
where's the proof to that? Like, okay, that would be great. Where's the proof though? Show us the proof that you just said to what you just said. Okay, that would be great. That would be egg on his face. But I would also think, in my opinion, because Candace does not like Rob McCoy. If she had proof that he really wasn't, that he was being duplicitous and he wasn't being honest, I got a feeling we'd already seen it.
Broader consideration here is that Turning Point USA is just telling a lot of lies, and you don't tell a lot of lies. The whole world got behind Turning Point USA when Charlie got shot. Like, there wasn't a single person who was not rooting for Turning Point USA on September 11th. Okay. And now we're at a place where it actually feels like the whole world is rooting against Turning Point USA, right? Well, the TikTokers are not liking Erica. The people online are not liking Erica. They feel like, I'm sorry.
It's funny. She just said the whole world is turned against turning to you. Look what she said. Hold on, let me back up a little smidgen. Listen what she says.
Same claims as Alex all the time. Shoot. Alex is definitely
was arrested the day after
Andrew Colvett is definitely off. Okay. Like, he is like off the chains. There have been just way too many lies, and there would be no reason to lie when you have the whole world on your side rooting for you. Why are you lying?
Oh, shoot.
Since you mentioned Andrew Colvett,
okay, I couldn't get it back up far enough. She said the whole world supporting, it's turned against Turning Point USA. TikTokers are calling out Erica. So she's making the leap that Turning Point USA is Erica. Erica is Turning Point USA. What are you trying to say, Jason? So every time she says Turning Point did this, Turning Point did that, then we're talking about, we're not conflating it when we say she's saying Erica. Let's see. Okay. I'm a glutton for abuse. I'm going to try one more time. I think that's it. Okay.
I'm sorry, but are we going to pretend that whole AmFest thing wasn't just like weird? Like, we're popping up tents of like where somebody died. Like, I don't know. The whole world got behind Turning Point USA when Charlie got shot. Like,
Okay, here it comes right here. Watch this. Listen what she says. The whole world got behind Turning Point. Here it comes.
There wasn't a single person who was not rooting for Turning Point USA on September 11th. Okay. And now we're at a place where it actually feels like the whole world is rooting against Turning Point USA, right? Well, the TikTokers are not liking Erica. The people online are not liking Erica. They feel like, I'm sorry, but are we going to pretend that?
There we go. So now I don't think it's a lap too far to say, she's saying Turning Point USA, TikTokers don't like Erica, people online don't like Erica. So I don't think it's a lap too far to say that Candace sees Erica as Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is Erica Kirk. So I don't think it's a lap too far to say that.
Whole AmFest thing wasn't just like weird. Like, we're popping up tents of like where somebody died. Like, I don't know. That's weird. And so, yeah, let's respect the public that we're recognizing something's off and we want to know.
Because you do something maybe that I see as tacky, because you do something that I don't like, which again, I don't know if I think the tent thing was a little bit much. I give you that. That doesn't mean that you killed Charlie Kirk. Okay? Come on, like Candace, be so for real. You're not being a fair dealer by any means or measure. Because again, we can look at the tons of things that Candace does, from begging for money for security while wearing a $1,500 blouse. Like, we could talk about you all the day long about the exact same inconsistencies. Just because, I probably wouldn't have did that. I don't think I would have did that either. I agree. But that don't mean they killed Charlie Kirk. Doesn't mean they got bad taste. They was doing the most. Okay, so what? Doing the most doesn't mean that you kill somebody. Does not mean a felony.
Is off, and Andrew Colvett is definitely off. Okay,
Andrew.
He is.
Andrew, stop talking to this woman.
There have been just way too many lies, and there would be no reason to lie when you have the whole world on your side rooting for you. Why are you lying?
Well, since you mentioned Andrew Colvett, Candace, if I may jump in,
Sure.
And to address Harrison, and one of the things that I remember that I keep in mind throughout this entire investigation is, in an investigation, details matter, but you don't know what details matter until you investigate them.
Right.
And when this, and as an outside observer on this particular story, the Fort Huachuca story, all of a sudden I've been airdropped this detail that one of the top members of Charlie Kirk's security detail is at an Army intelligence base the day before Charlie's assassinated. Now, that's a detail. I don't know what it means. I don't know if it means anything. I don't know if it's important or not important, but that's a detail. That is a definite detail, because Brian Harpole's job is to protect Charlie Kirk.
Right.
The guy on the call, I agree with him 1,000%. I agree with him. The problem is, you don't take the detail and say, hey, everybody, here's the detail. Well, tell me what you think this means. Hey, you don't do that. That's dumb. And that's what ignorant right here has been doing for the last 3 months. She gets the detail, whether she don't even know what the detail means. She hasn't vetted it. I promise you, as sure as my name is Jason, she does not vet this stuff. She says it, and then she comes find out later on, well, I don't really care that, Mitch beats up on his wife. I don't care that his kids don't talk to him. I don't care. I just want, but ma'am, that plays a big role in his credibility. But she gets a detail and just kind of runs with it. Running down the street with a detail. Ma'am, you don't know what that means. And you're causing chaos. You're causing problems. You're putting people's lives in danger. You're putting people's lives in peril because you're making the assertion that this person looks like Tyler Robinson. This person might have did it. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's what you're insinuating before you even know. Because we don't know emphatically that Brian Harpole was even there. Every piece of evidence that he's shown us is that he wasn't there. But you keep saying he was there. But you've already run with the detail down the street. You're just an idiot.
That's his job. That's his job as one of the top members of this security detail, is to protect Charlie Kirk, who the next day was assassinated. So, this is an important detail. What is one of the top members of the security detail doing at an Army intelligence base the day before? It might not mean anything, but maybe it means something. What does it mean? I don't know. I have to investigate it. Now, how does Andrew Colvett come into this? I'm reminded of the fact that he told you, Candace, that you and Tucker were on some list and possibly in danger. Well, so now I'm thinking in my mind, well, maybe he was at some sort of security briefing. Maybe they had some intel that people were in danger.
Saying. Like, when you buy into this wicked hyper conspiracy, now everything, because you do realize there's no evidence that Andrew Colvett actually said that to her. And I don't understand. If you're a member of Cantifa, I hope you all found your seats up here in the front of the church. Candace is giving you zero proof this entire stream. Not one stitch of hard evidence, proof that you can run with and say, see, this is it. See, nah. Here it is. Nah. We got the proof. Nothing. I don't know that Andrew Colvett told that woman that. As a matter of fact, truth be told, I doubt that he did. Prove me wrong. I mean, for real. And then even more than that, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Maybe that's what he was doing there. Like, I don't know, but
Right.
it has to be investigated. It has to be sussed out. It could mean something. It might not mean anything. But just
Yeah.
just to address Harrison, and I like Harrison. Harrison's been good to me. No problem with him there. So that's what I'm just from my own perspective as an outside observer. I've been airdropped this story, this detail, which has now mushroomed. It's like a big mushroom cloud now for several days. It's run wild, people on all sides fighting over it. It's
Right.
become a thing. And now I have to grapple with this thing. Does it mean anything? Does it not mean anything? How
No,
can
you
Right.
I
really
verify
don't.
it? And I'm
You
at the
really
mercy
don't.
of
You really don't. Unless, no, you really don't. I'm sorry. You don't actually have to grapple with it. You could actually say, okay, fine. That's that over there. I still got to pay my light bill. I still got to get rid of these Christmas decorations. I still got to take my trash out to the curb. That doesn't really, this investigation doesn't rule and reign over our lives. And I don't know why people are treating it like it does, but ma'am, sir, go do something else. It really isn't that important. I mean, I would like to see justice for Charlie Kirk and such of that nature, but really that is not going to do it. Matter of fact, if Tyler Robinson is innocent or guilty, I still got to go out here and get this patch of grass out here in my front yard taken care of. None of that's going to change anything. It really won't. So this guy treating it like his world's going to come to an end, sir, that's the problem. Y'all need to go do something else with yourselves. Take yourself and go do something else with yourself. That's what you need to do.
Mitch's recollection. I'm at the mercy of the TPUSA folks, Erica, Cabot, and Brian Harpole. And I'm faced with a situation now where they've turned it into something bigger than it needed to be, if
Thank
indeed
you.
it is nothing. If it's nothing,
Every
all
time.
they
Like
had
that's
to do was debunk it. And not only that, but like they could have like slam dunked the ball in your face, Candace, and made
yeah.
you look silly and stupid. And they left that money on the table.
Right.
And for the people who said, well, I'm not going to they don't need to dignify this, they already dignified this by giving half-assed non-debunking debunkings. I didn't ask
100%.
them to do that. They did that. They made this more important and relevant than it needed to be. I didn't ask for them to do that. So
Right.
now, as an outside observer, I have to grapple with like.
So anytime you push back on a question, anytime you push back on something, now you are guilty because you push back on it. Okay. Hey, real quick, am I missing? I always want to make sure I read this correctly. How is it a conspiracy? What proof have you given? You're lying, bro, and you just showed you're a part of the Andrew cult. LOL. Let's be men of God and Christ-like, brother. I know that you know what's up. Okay. I'm not certain. I thank you for the 10, by the way. I want to make sure I understand completely what you're saying. Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to the guy that's talking to Candace? Because I don't know. Who's the Andrew cult? What is that? Am I missing that? You don't even have to send another super. Just kind of clarify that. If you don't mind, that'd be great because I don't get what you meant.
Okay, you made it bigger than it had to be. Like, what does that mean? I don't know if it means anything, but now it's a thing. Now it's a thing that I
think
have to
that
deal
is
with.
how everyone
You don't have
feels.
to
Like
deal
you
with it
are
though.
voicing exactly how everybody feels. We didn't know what it was going to lead to, and I was like, I mean, I couldn't have been more deferential in saying that this could literally lead to nothing. But like because of this weird prayer and the way it came in, I think that we should follow it.
But you won't allow something to lead to nothing and say, "Oh, it's over." No, you're like, well, now you got to show me the metadata. Oh, you redacted the phone numbers. Now I got to see the phone numbers. You're not going to be satisfied. And to position yourself, Candace, as anything else is being disingenuous.
Reaction has now made this feel so crucial. And it, again, why you do not need to wheel and deal behind the scenes, Andrew Colvett. And if Erica, as she did, is going to hand me Brian Harpole's alibi, then they care to clarify it, right? If you care to clarify his alibi, then get the rest of his alibi, right? What is the halfway? What is the halfway? Here's his flights for the evening or the late afternoon, but we don't know about 7:30. And I did ask that question, by the way. That just reminds me. I asked that to Turning Point USA when I had the conversation on the phone yesterday. I said, what's up with Brian Harpole? I've messaged. I'm happy to debunk this, but this guy is certain he saw Brian Harpole. And they said, they told me that there was no, basically the relationship between Brian Harpole and them had soured. That's what they told me. And they didn't just tell me that yesterday. I want to be clear. They also told me that when I sat across from Erica on the 15th. So there's not open communication right now between Brian Harpole and Turning Point USA. Yet, they did feel it necessary to give us flights for the 15th. Well, if your perspective, and if I'm Turning Point USA and I'm going, okay, well, he's not answering this question, don't you think they should want to know if he was there that morning? Like, shouldn't they be like, hey, like, where the heck were you? You were on our payroll, actually, and you were supposed to be with us, and so now we like require to know where you were. And so there's also
That's a
this.
very interesting question. That's very interesting how she positioned herself as if she's just asking a question that a good employer would be asking. But if the employer, Brian Harpole, I don't know what happened with Brian Harpole. I hope that whatever happens with that gets smoothed out, but I digress. She's positioning it as if they're asking, as if they don't know where Brian Harpole was. Did you hear him say, where were you that morning? He was in Texas. That's what his alibi said. He was in Texas. There's no reason, and he was there with several other people. So there's no reason to believe that he wasn't in Texas. I think it was Dallas, if I'm not mistaken. But he was in Texas nonetheless. There's no reason to believe otherwise. But see, that's why you can't, when you're caught up in conspiracy, you just can't stop and say, okay, all right, he said he was in Texas. All right. You're going to believe Mitch, but you don't trust, you didn't do any due diligence to see that Mitch has got a little problem. He's got some problems. So he might not be the most honest, best witness that you can lean on. But I digress. Let's go.
Nonstop lack of urgency with Turning Point USA, a lack of caring. Like they almost think like the details are funny. They don't care. I think that's how the public feels. They certainly don't care about any of this. Like, why else would you have a tent? Like, it's quite morbid. It felt like a seance to see that tent up and people taking selfies under it. And I think that disturbs people. I think that there has been something spiritually disturbing about a lot of the decisions and communications that have been coming out of Turning Point USA. So thank you, Sam, because I think that you really just hit the nail on the head there in terms of why this suddenly feels very important when we were all willing to accept. I did one episode on this, guys. This wasn't like
I'm
crazy.
not married to this, Candace. I'm not married to this guy. I'm not married to this theory. Like, if it's nothing, then it's nothing, right?
That's not actually true, Candace. You did 2 episodes on it, and you've been killing it on Twitter. So, technically, she could actually say that she's not even done this show on YouTube. She could say it's on X Space. Maybe that's why she's doing these on X, because she doesn't want them to, I don't know. I have no idea why she's doing it. But no, you've done more than, and actually you talked about it one time, and then you talked about Mitch, and then you had him come on, and then you did a follow. So in my opinion, you've done 3 shows about Mitch or Harry Myers, whatever his name is. So I think you're being duplicitous there. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong.
And I still suspect that there's a good chance there's a really good chance it could be nothing. And I'm going to need really big receipts to believe it. Right. But if Brian Harpole's job is to protect Charlie, which he failed at, by the way, let's just be real honest, he failed. The team failed. They failed. If I'm TPUSA, how did you guys fail this? And if Brian Harpole's attention was split, or he was elsewhere, his head was elsewhere, he was going to meetings elsewhere, he's doing other stuff, I want to know that.
You're right. I totally agree. Myron, I'm going to let you jump in here too. I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me good, or am I coming in? Yeah, so I'll be very brief here. We're all here for the same reason, right? We all don't believe the official narrative. As someone that used to work for the federal government and understands how investigations work, the official narrative has created more questions than answers. And Candace, kudos to you for going out there and trying to find those answers. And I think it's very important that people understand that when you're doing investigations, you're going to go down many different roads, right? You're going to talk to bad informants that might have ulterior motives. You're going to talk to people that are going to give you misleading information. You're going to do a records check here, and it might lead you somewhere that was completely not relevant to what's going on. The thing that sucks here is that you're doing this investigation with millions of people watching you, and they're going to, try to say, oh, well, you didn't do this and you didn't do that, blah, blah, blah. The benefit, right, of being a criminal investigator a lot of the times is we work.
But she's not a criminal investigator, Myron. She's not even a journalist. She literally is a podcaster. She's a mom of 4 with a microphone. She really is none of those things she's not official, because nobody who's official would do the things that she's doing. and not still have a job. There's no investigator I'm going to go on a limb, on the planet who would, hold on. There's no investigator on the planet who would be doing the type of investigation that she's doing, claiming herself to be right. I mean, sure, you have poor informants, you have bad information, you get bad leads, that's fine. But she's literally posting these things as if they're real and asking people to vet them for her. Mommy sleuths, give me the information. Tell me who this person is in the picture. Why are all these maroon t-shirts? That's crazy.
In the shadows, we do our investigation, we go down many different holes, then we come down with an indictment and arrest warrant after we connect everything. Unfortunately,
none of that stuff will happen
right,
here, though.
for you, Candace, you have a bunch of critics that want to sit there and say, well, you're not doing this right, you're not doing that right. I think you've done a great job of, trying to find the truth, and people are going to criticize and talk shit, and I think we're all here for the same reasons. The official narrative doesn't add up. They haven't been transparent, and that's why people are doing their own independent investigation. And the federal government's failed with being transparent with the people, and the people don't trust the government anymore. This is really an L for the G. So keep doing what you're doing. I know people are going to hate, and I think your heart's in the right place, and you're really trying to find answers here. And yeah, there's going to be, roads that sometimes don't lead where it's supposed to go, or roads that may be questionable. But I think talking to everybody and trying to get the full picture and being transparent about it is the way to go. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And yeah, it's hard.
I'm going to just tell you right now, just give you a little inside scoop. If your efforts to uncover something attract and pull in folk like Myron Gaines, it is very possible that you should reconsider whatever it was that you were doing. Whatever it is, you should probably assume I'm probably doing the wrong thing. Okay? Myron Gaines, that is probably the biggest indictment against Candace Owens that she could probably have put on this air. I don't know who else she could have put on there that would probably been worse than that. That's crazy work. And for the fact, and I find this very interesting. I'm going to try not to be long. I'm going to get done. I promise you I'm going to get done. Last thing. I find it interesting. Candace Owens attracts people who don't love Christ, who don't care about Jesus, who don't care about the church, who give a middle finger to Charlie Kirk and his testimony. They don't care, but they're invested in this. Why is that? Sure, Charlie Kirk, everything about TPUSA was not about Charlie Kirk's face, but a lot of it was. Why does Myron even care? He's a Muslim, for crying out loud. Why? Why does he care? She has more leftists, more people who hate God than anybody else, than any other people groups in her organization running out here trying to, I'm going to solve Charlie's murder. But they don't care about the God that Charlie served, which is crazy work to me. That is some diabolical work. And it's funny, like, why does Candace seem to attract so many of this type of people? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being super picky. I don't know. It just seems odd. Like, Candace, everybody in your camp is an unbeliever, is an unregenerate. Why is that? And I know some people are going to jump in here and say, well, she's saying she's Catholic. Okay, y'all go ahead and run with that. You knock yourself unconscious. If that's what you want to believe, knock yourself out. I'm not here to argue with y'all Catholics at all. But I'm just trying to say, it just seems odd. And so many people that rock with Candace hate Christ. There you go. My name is Jason. DearWokeC@gmail.com. If you want to email management or you don't like what I said, it's perfectly fine. I like that. I like to have good conversations and we can vet it out. Let's go.
I mean, we have a really small team. I think people forget, like, there's 4 of us and it's so much work and we're investigating every lead. And there have been so many that have led nowhere, by the way. I mean, you can imagine you're getting 50,000 emails and some people just want to write hate stuff. Some people are giving you tips and we're building those pictures in the backgrounds. We have so many leads that are still being worked on from a long time ago. And we have to get on the phone with people and we have to ask for verification and we have to get when we get paperwork, we then have to verify if the paperwork is real because I don't have expertise. And then I present something and I misspeak and I say E4 instead of O5.
No, like, how about that? That police report that you say is a police report from the MPs at Fort Huachuca, and it's literally a Word document that's still being edited, by the way. Like, why don't you talk about that? There's the E4, the O4. Okay, I can give you grace on that. And I don't think most people really were on your neck about it. They was on your neck about that Word document, though. Put Word document in the chat. For real.
or 06, whatever, and the next thing you know, you get 1,000 emails of people telling you like you're an idiot. It's hard. And people also, I think, forget, and this is not like a woe is me pity party, but like Charlie was my friend. Like, I went through a very real stage of grief. I'm still going through it in many ways because I don't know what happened. Like there's something that feels very unresolved about it. And he just shouldn't have been taken out like that. Okay. And their anger, which I think you guys have seen that last week or whatever, like to see people like Ben Shapiro get on stage and pretend they were his friend. Like, you don't know what that does to me spiritually. Like, I just want to fight. Like, I want to physically get into a fight. That is like, it's just not okay. And
I don't know. I was thinking about doing a super cut of all the times Candace says spiritually. It just seems very odd how she says it, because when she says it seems really inappropriate. I don't know how to explain it. And maybe I'm just, you know what? I'm just running with the lead. I'm just giving my investigation. But it just seems odd the way she uses the word spiritual or spiritually. Good gracious, whenever she mentions God, it's like it just does something doesn't, it just seems like the most inappropriate time to use it. And it doesn't, I don't know why. It just doesn't work for me.
there's something that is so grotesque about it at its core. There is something that is, it is so, it's almost satanic, right?
See?
I look at politics now and it makes me want to vomit. Like to realize what they turned him into after, like they did not view this man as a human being. They did not care about Charlie at all. It was like
But you're the, okay. That is so weird. And please understand, her narrative is the driving of this perspective. I don't think that was the case at all. But she has superseded what I believe with her own thought about it being demonic and satanic and is off spiritually, XYZ, ABC. That is some crazy work, y'all. This is going to have to be studied by
either was going to
scientists.
get them a check or he wasn't, and that even for me, like the ick I get from turning points, like, that man did not like that man. So what are you doing? Is this really just about like who writes you a check and gives you, like, they can just buy a friendship with Charlie? Like it angers me, and I still have to like contend with that anger, that upset, and also trying to, okay, let me divert the energy into this investigation and trying to figure it out. So I do ask you guys to just recognize that, like to recognize that there's a lot going on. And I will always, if I get something wrong, which is what I was open to doing, like I said to Ian, I was like, if you want to send me an email and he has the smoking gun proof that he wasn't even a Green Beret, I will run it and I will own it. But that's not the case. And
You
so it
wouldn't
just
own
feels
it.
like
No, you wouldn't.
petty. Like,
no, if they told you that he wasn't a Green Beret, okay, watch this. They've shown you that he was not, that he retired, and you haven't run with that. They've shown you that he wasn't in witness protection, and you haven't run with that. But you keep coming up with this Green Beret, which, again, sure, they might have misspoke. And I think that's fine. They make mistakes. But I've heard them actually say that they were wrong. I heard them say they were wrong about the Green Beret comment. I've not heard you say, Candace, that he wasn't in witness protection. I haven't heard you say, Candace, which, by the way, lends itself to why the whole conversation about him beating on his former wives matters. It matters because the man was supposed to be in witness protection, but he kept finding himself in jail. He was supposed to be in witness protection, but he didn't change his name until recently. So those are things that I think need to play a role in it. So Candace Owens is an IQ test. If you still follow Candace, I'm sorry. You do need to consider maybe, just maybe, you eat crayons. I'm just saying. I know that hurts people's feelings. DearWolfsy@gmail.com.
if you're going to use your energy, like, we don't need you finding his exes, man. Like, we really could use your help.
Yeah, I mean, look, professional criminal investigators don't get it right a lot of the times. There's the reason why a lot of cases don't get solved. People don't get indicted, they don't get charged. It's not easy to run an investigation. It's even harder to do it with a million people trying to Monday morning quarterback everything that you do and criticize every single thing that you do. So I totally understand coming from that world myself. So look, you're trying to find the truth. I think you've been.
Hold on, wait. Okay. The irony that Candace castigates Anybody in TPUSA that's even in the solar system of the military, right? But Tucker Carlson's dad was a CIA agent. He's okay. Myron, who is talking right now, used to be a Fed, but he's okay. No digging through their crates whatsoever. But the fact that your dad used to be in special operations in Vietnam, oh, you suspect. Oh man, we got to dig up in there. We got to go. I don't even think Candace realizes how idiotic she sounds. I don't think she does.
Good about transparent. Like if you make a mistake, you correct it. And, you know, one of the negatives is you're out there in front of everyone. So people are going to give their opinions, and that's the negative.
Yep, you're right. Ryan, we'll go to you, and then we'll go to Diligent Denizen.
Yeah, no, I just want to tell you, thank you, Candace, for everything that you're doing. You know, we all appreciate, you know, at least one person out there that
You
seems
too,
like they want to
Ryan.
find the
You've been
truth.
crushing it. You've been absolutely crushing it.
Well, thank you. You know, and I think that the thing that upsets, I think, most Americans is the fact that you're doing the job that we expect Turning Point to be doing, right? Like this was Charlie's organization, and you're the one out here asking the questions, and they're almost seem like they're just content with whatever Fed slop narrative we get, and they're ready to move on and get the party started and go on to the next event and the next whatever. And it makes me feel anyways like that Turning Point and the amount of people that are going after and attacking you for trying to just find answers makes me think that Turning Point's something much bigger, that it feels like it's a giant money laundering operation, that it's a political machine, and that Charlie was just a pawn, right? That he almost didn't even know everything that was going on within his own organization and got way too big for one man to follow everything. And some shady shit seems like it was going on behind the scenes. And I think there's a lot of key players that were involved in some shady shit that are they're incentivized.
Let me ask you a question. Do you really think that TPUSA, let's just say TPUSA is totally 100% researching what's going on with Charlie Kirk? Maybe they just don't believe the narrative and it's such like that. Do you really believe that they're going to go and post that every day and do 5 hours of content every week discussing that? Or do you think they would actually talk to the actual investigators and such like that and try to understand? Like the fact, like these people really, what's for me is that they really think they're supposed to be getting feedback, like day to day, hour by hour research and intel as if the feds are responsible to them. This is some crazy work, man. Get done with this, Jason. I'm tired of these people.
Just kind of sweep this under the rug and buy the Fed slop narrative because they don't want any attention shined on whatever shady shit that they were doing. And I think that's why Charlie was putting Doge together. And I'll land it there.
And I got a really big tip on that Doge investigation. I think there was something there. I think if this pans out, and it looks like it is panning out, Charlie discovered that there was a lot of money that was missing. And again, I'm trying to encourage this person to speak out. So again, one of the balls that's been in the air that I've been slowly working on, but I think all of our instincts have been correct. That there's a lot more than meets the eye, and there's just been a lot of.
I'm sorry. Candace knows that her audience will let her say dang near anything. She can say anything. They're not going to push back. They're not going to ask questions. They're not going to say, hold on. Show me some proof. Before you say that, and this is the same thing we've been talking about. If you have a lead, why don't you wait until you actually have the story and then bring the story, not just the lead? Because you just said, oh, I know. I talked to somebody who said there was really some shady shenanigans going on. Well, who's the person? Like, why don't you find out for certain? Because she realizes this is what I think is going to happen. She realizes she can put it out there and poison the well. When tax season comes up, we know everybody and their cousin going to be looking at the TPUSA's tax documents when they come out. And they see that everything's on the square. They're not going to remember they're going to have already had this in their mind that TPUSA is bad. They're not doing the right thing. And then the tax come out, they're going to be like, well, hold on. I heard they got $155 million. They only spent $147. That's $7 million. Look at Andrew Kovic. He has a new watch on. I bet you that watch is a $7 million watch. Scandal! This is retarded, y'all. I'm sorry.
People that have been basically
I don't want to use that word, but goodness gracious.
These cheap tactics, to even question anything means that you are not you have to just accept.
Sorry, guys, I'm making it work for everything.
Myron, you got to turn yourself off, your mute on. I can mute your mic. Actually, that's a great ad. Yeah, so it definitely feels really weird. Diligent. Let's go to you, Diligent Denizen.
Thank you. Yeah, you know what bothers me the most about this whole thing
What? Tell
is
me
the
what.
lack of curiosity. Like, here we are all citizen journalists. Every single person on this stage right now describes themselves as a journalist in some way, shape, or form, right?
Hold on. Wait. Because I call myself a citizen journalist does not mean that I am. Just because I say it doesn't mean that it's true. That's the problem. Candace calls herself a journalist and she's not. She's not. There's some steps that you follow, and ma'am, she's not following even a little bit. Let's go. I'm done.
There's no curiosity, right? Like, when did we say, well, here's a good example. Harrison, you posted 2 weeks before Charlie Kirk died that there was a credible threat against his life. Has the FBI reached out to you to ask you about that?
No.
Also,
No.
like, are you going to tell us who that was? It feels like that might be relevant now.
Yeah, so in the absence of a rigorous investigation by the agency, we are led to lead this investigation. That is why Fort Huachuca is so relevant. But I was going to ask you, thank you, Candace. Can you tell us who told you that?
Because
Because
he's
the
dead now.
FBI is not asking you.
Yeah, I mean, the person that told me asked me not to say who they were, so I'm not going to give up a source. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Well,
But Candace does this every day. She probably has sources 3-4 times a day that she doesn't. Nobody ever pushes back on them. So that's wild that she would push back on him. Well, you can tell us now the person's dead. Ma'am, you do this all the time. This is wild work. Get done, Jason.
and in the absence of answers and a rigorous investigation, we are led to do that ourselves. So every credible piece of evidence that we have to follow, every trail should be exhausted before we say, oh, well, this ain't worth it. And I have seen far more energy put into discrediting this Fort Huachuca witness than I have for people actually looking into the claim itself. Like Candace said earlier, she actually called people at the base to verify whether or not the events occurred. Was he there at that time? Where did it happen at, etc. But I see all of these people.
Where's the proof that she did that? Again, like, I don't understand why you people don't challenge Candace and just say, show me the proof that you did this. Record the phone call. Get a fax of it. Get an email of the police report. Because again, the police report that you showed us, Candace, and you was big chested. Oh yeah, I'm right. Girl, it was a Word document still being edited with all these typos in it. Please stop. Like, where is the final product? Where's the final report? Because we still don't know who Michael Snow is. Is he in Game of Thrones? We don't know. I thought the dude's name was Mitch. Now all of a sudden we got Michael Snow. We got to figure out who he is. Ma'am, sir, please stop.
It's almost like it's coordinated.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh my
All of these
gosh.
people on the same 2 days come out and say, oh, don't listen to this guy. They apply labels. Do you know why we apply labels to people? That way you stop listening to them. Oh, what he says doesn't matter anymore because he's an abuser, because he's
Right.
a fraud, because he's this, because he's that. Right?
Yeah.
Far more effort into discrediting that.
You're more concerned about Blake Neff's cousin, who's a captain in the Army, or Rob McCoy's great grandfather, who has a battleship named after him. You're more concerned about that, and that's more suspicious than the fact that your quote unquote eyewitness happens to have a problem with putting his hands on his wife. Okay. I guess, okay. I guess that doesn't matter as much. Or that he has a propensity of, shall we say, being less than truthful in his telling of stories. That doesn't matter as much, Jason, because Blake Neff's cousin, used to walk the general's dog. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Thank you so much for clearing that up for me. I appreciate it.
witness than there has actually been into validating the information that he's been given.
By the way, the best way to discredit him is to debunk his story. Like, it's like, so I'm like, why don't you focus on this? You
But
can
we
actually
did,
hate
though.
Mitch. Do you hate who he is as a human being? Do you believe he's a pathological liar?
He wasn't in witness protection. He hasn't been hiding out. I mean, laying low. He's been on podcasts as recently as even April and May of this year. Those are debunks of the story. And now, according to Candace, now, this is the thing that Candace seems to forget and why I think she might talk a little bit too much. Do y'all remember this?
But I don't like little lies. When there is one lie, there's 20.
Well, man, we found one lie from Mitch's story. So does that mean that there's 20? And could one of those 20, hey, I could be crazy here. Is it possible that one of the 20 lies that he's told is that he saw Brian Harple there? Or that he saw Erica? Or that he was Captain Neff? What about that? Go figure.
How about proving that something that he told us was a pathological lie? Like, doesn't that just make sense? Like,
I just did.
Zero convictions. All of the people saying that he was a fraudster, that he was an abuser, whatever. I couldn't find one criminal record of him being convicted.
Yeah.
Is being convicted and going to jail different? Maybe it's a different word. Was it like roped up? Went down to the pokey? Like what went down to the hooskow? Like what is gulag? Did he not go to jail? maybe I need to figure out. Maybe I need to look. Wait, didn't Mitch go to jail? Yo, she really shouldn't have did this.
True?
Yeah, I couldn't find it either. They were showing no convictions. It was he said, she said. I mean, just like full character assassination.
A one-sided divorce court that he didn't get to tell his piece in.
It was
Isn't that
very
interesting?
Me Too. It was very Me Too. I'm sorry to say it. And like when grown men are doing the Me Too shit, I just have no energy for it. I'm just like, all right, guys, like cool, thumbs up. Like, I'm glad you found like his classmates in middle school or whatever, but like, could you use some of that male energy towards actually, like, if you think he's all of these things, the best thing to do would be like, help us prove that he's lying on the thing that we care about, which is the Charlie Kirk assassination, you know? And no one has thus far done that. And he has not changed his story. So I am inclined to follow this, especially because we now know that Erica and Andrew Colvett and Brian Harpole do care enough to offer up, some parsed alibis of sorts.
But they didn't offer up. They didn't refute being there.
But see, they're not required to do that. That's the thing I think that is really telling. You don't have to. I don't have to answer to you. You're nobody. You know what? How about this one? Let's say, just for laughs and giggles, let's just say that they did. Let's say Brian Harpole was there, Erica was there, and let's say they really were having this big top secret planning meeting in the front break room going over how to delete Charlie Kirk. Okay, let's just say it's true. What's going to happen? If the government can't prove it, nothing's going to happen. So it doesn't matter if Candace blows the lid off of it. Oh, I found out Brian Harpole was there. So if you can't bring charges and nobody gets arrested, guess what? Nothing is going to happen of it. Nothing's going to happen. We'll just say, man, Brian Harpo's a good for nothing lowdown. Erica's good for nothing. TPUSA, whatever. But nobody's going to go to jail. Not a soul. So what is the purpose of this? It makes no sense, man. This is so crazy. All right, let's go.
I think it's a very important point. Not one of the people, including Congressman Amidei with his statement, actually directly said, I was not in Arizona or at Fort Huachuca at this time on this day.
Why did they have to?
Not a single one of them have denied it.
Yeah, and I did, I don't know if...
But if I say that I was in Dallas, Texas, or I say I was in Washington, D.C. at the time, doesn't that kind of imply that I'm not in New York City? I've been in Atlanta, Georgia for the last 24 days. It's fair to say that any speculation that I was in Massachusetts is going to be false. In the last month, I've not been out of the great state of Georgia. I really don't think I've been out of Atlanta, truth be told. So why do they need to go any further than that? Do I need to tell you that I also was not in Dallas? I've not set foot in San Antonio. San Francisco has not seen Jay Witt. Well, I kind of emphatically said that by saying that where I was. See, this is the mental deficiency that Candace Owens supports.
You were on earlier when I said that, like, when Mitch first contacted me, he never said Mark Amodei. He gave a description of the man and he said it was a congressman. And then I gave him, faces, and he was like, this looks like the guy, like Mark Amodei. I think Mark Amodei is the only one that at least attempted to give an actual time frame that was relevant. And he gave the footage. And I do think it kind of looks like him. It's not definitive, but like it does kind of look like him that's sitting in the chair when someone gave me the time point. So I do want to be at least like he gave us something, you know what I mean? But regarding the two people that he contacted me about, Brian Harpole and Erica, I find it strange that they went behind the scenes when they had a direct communication with me. Like, if you care enough, why wouldn't you just text me and I could shut it down immediately? Like, I don't.
We just lost your sound.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm still trying to understand like what Andrew Colbert is doing. I don't understand it. I don't understand what Andrew Colbert is doing. I really don't.
Well, obviously they care about the public perception of what's going on here, or they wouldn't give these half-hearted third-party alibis that don't really stand up under scrutiny.
Because they think you're good people. And they're concerned about you all dragging their names through the mud. But they still think, for good or for not, that you're good, decent people. That's the problem. And like I said, Turning Point USA, all of y'all, stop engaging with this woman. Let her just sit there and kick and flail and do whatever. Just let her do it. Ignore her. Who cares anymore? Leave her alone. And stop doing dumb stuff. Andrew, I'm talking to you. Stop it. Good gracious.
Right? Because they do care about the perception. And the argument is, well, they don't owe you any answers. They don't owe you any answers. That's right. They don't owe us any answers. But also, they can deserve the scrutiny they get in return for not giving those answers, right?
Then that's fine. You deserve the kick rocks that you get. Who cares? Just stop. Turning Point, stop it. You're danged if you do, you're danged if you don't. Just stop. Do not engage these clowns anymore. Stop it.
The suspicion that comes with that's part of not giving those answers. So it's a two-way exchange. Go ahead, Harrison. I see you trying to go ahead.
I totally agree with you on that. I do want to, let me add this person, the speaker. We can do about like 10 more minutes here, because I think that we have covered all of the main points. And I think now everyone understands why this Fort Huachuca story suddenly matters, even though it was definitely not a focal point of this investigation. I do think that there is something here. I will tell you that, like, if I was to bet on it when I first had Mitch on the show, I was at 50-50 on whether or not he saw who he said he saw. Brian and Erica in particular, and Cabot Phillips as a third, which he felt, I think when I asked him a percentage on Cabot Phillips, he was like 90% sure or something. Now, like, I would probably put it at a lot higher, just based on the public reaction. It doesn't make sense to me. And Andrew Colbert is what tips me over the edge, I think. It makes no sense for him to go behind the scenes when he could just texted me and said, hey, I heard you covered this. Just wanted to give you this. Here's where Erica was. And, so you could update people. That doesn't make sense to me. And I've heard that they are spending a lot of money on an anti-marketing campaign, if you will. I am trying to get receipts on that to see if that's true.
Hold on. So it's not that they didn't like, she doesn't trust the actual information that was shared. She doesn't like the means by which they shared it. She doesn't like the fact that Andrew didn't send it to her. She doesn't like that. Yeah, Andrew is, I agree. I think Andrew is a busybody. Respectfully. If anybody here from TPUSA, I'm not coming for Andrew, but I'm going to say Andrew Colbert be doing too much. Stop it. Just stop. Nobody needs you to be doing all that stuff you be doing. And so, again, she doesn't like the fact that Andrew Colbert didn't send the information to her. It's not that he sent the information, because she probably would have still not accepted it, but she didn't like that it was sent to somebody else. That's the problem. Okay, we're done.
And if that does pan out to be true, then I think we have our answer.
Like, what's your answer?
I just added you, Suleiman. Did you want to say anything, or did you just want to listen?
Yeah, I did want to say something. Hopefully my mic is working. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Because I'm just in an Uber. Oh, brilliant. I guess my question is this, that when it comes to, by the way, I first of all appreciate the work you're doing. And also, I think one of my friends is on your team. But that being said, one of the questions I have is, in terms of Huachuca, how does someone prove the negative? And what I mean by that is, I
like
can't
this guy.
always prove where I am at all times. So, for example, how do you prove that you're not somewhere if you don't somehow have some kind of photograph you take on the day? Like, how will they be able to disprove where they were? And the reason I asked that is because you can ask that about anyone. For example, Sam, I don't know where Sam was when Charlie Kirk got assassinated. So will he be able to prove it or not? We just don't know. So I guess the question is, how do you prove the negative?
Yeah, so I think the first thing is like, just answer, right? Hey, I was not here. That would be like a nice, strong start. I'm Brian Harpole, and I was definitively not there. The second thing is you would just be so surprised at how much your phone.
But Brian Harpole showed you proof that he was in Dallas, Texas. And sure, he could have said, I was not. He could have used those exact words. But why? He showed you. But you're still not happy with it. You should say, okay, that was enough. My bad. All right, on to the next thing. Oh, Erica was here. Okay, my bad. On to the next thing. But see, if you did that, you would also be incriminating, or if nothing else, abominating the testimony of Mitch. And you need Mitch to say that Brian Harpole, he saw him at Fort Huachuca. He saw Erica at Fort Huachuca. You need that. So you can't accept anything that says contrary to that. So really the whole thing with the congressman or senator, that's really just noise, truth be told. The whole thing about the watch and the army base and witness protection, that's all just theater. Really, when the smoke clears, she wanted to say that Brian Harpole was there and Erica was there. That's it. And the extra was throwing that other guy in for good measure. That's all she cares about.
Has. If you were there, then Brian Harpole would have had to have taken a flight to Fort Huachuca relatively early on the 8th or early on the 9th. I mean, he could, if he's awake at that time, this is supposed to be like a guy who's doing security. He's got to be up early. How quickly before you roll over in bed and text somebody about something, like whether it's like breakfast, whatever it is, you're texting. And that is.
So she really wants to control somebody's life. When you roll over, before you talk to Jesus, before you blow your funky breath at your husband or your wife, you better roll over here and text me. This woman is insufferable. Yo, man. Like, that's crazy work. Like, I'm going to roll over in the morning. Oh, let me text Candace. My eyes haven't even adjusted yet. Like, wow, man. This woman, and you want me to believe that you would have been satisfied if he had said, yeah, I was at Fort Huachuca. I had to drop some a care package off to my nephew. This is his first year. Like, you would have been okay with that if he said that? Heck no. No, girl, you'd have been raising Cain. Then his nephew would have been getting drugged down the street. We getting the nephews on aisle 4 getting drugged. Man, please go have a seat. Y'all, this woman is an IQ test.
Creating a timeline of everything you're doing all day. Like if you asked me what I was doing today between, I don't know, 4 and 6, I could look through my phone and see who I was texting at that time. And we'd be texting about something relevant to what we were doing or where we were about to meet up. There are so many ways that I think you could show what you were doing. But I think the first thing would be just to answer. Like, it's a pretty straightforward, like.
But you are assuming that the question is valid. There we go. That's the problem. The assumption is that the question is a valid question. And I tell you, as a former school teacher, we lie to kids when we say there are no stupid questions. There are stupid questions. There are stupid questions. And I would tell my students, that's not a question that you should ask. You need to think of a better question. Think of a better question. Because that's not a good question. I'm sorry. And ma'am, this is a stupid question. So you're already assuming that the question is valid, and it's not. It's stupid. And somebody needed to tell you that. We're done. Jason,
I don't see the upside in Cabot Phillips not answering. There's been so much innuendo about him. People are talking about like his pizza tattoo. Like, You know, I don't think the energy of Ben Shapiro, I've been wondering what that's about. And so like when I saw, like when he said Cabot Phillips, I was like, whoa, that I did not expect that turn. Because I had sent him so many people that like in Turning Point that I thought could have fit the description. Like maybe it was someone on the security team, and he was like, no, no, no. And then with no context, he was like, Cabot Phillips was the guy. And I don't know. I find that to be interesting that he was off. Now Cabot could just very easily just be like, I was on vacation. Like that's 7 days, right? I mean, he was off air from the 4th until the 11th. And hey, he's got the wrong guy, wrong memory. And I'd be like, okay, cool. But that's a long time, right? That's a very long time that he could send us something or anything. So yeah, I think there's a million ways, but it would start with just denying it. Like it would be very simple, especially because it's gotten so big. And I want to be able to do that for them. I want to debunk it. I want it to be off of people's minds. Like if Cabot was just like with his family on vacation in Scotland, I want to be like, hey guys, like Mitch we're looking for someone that looks like Cabot. You know what I mean? And so we can focus somewhere else. Or Erica has airtight. Here's where she was. This is what she was doing. And there really are just like, there's just another blonde who was on the base that day.
Muted, by the way. I'm muted, by the way. That's what I get. See, because I was over saying mean things. That's what I get for being mean. I was saying some mean things, and God hit the mute button. I'm kidding. God did not hit the mute button. A dummy hit the mute button. I digress. I think it's funny that Candace really truly thinks that she has valid questions. Ma'am, your questions are stupid. They're dumb. There are dumb questions, and you're asking the dumb questions. What could be like, how do you get to position yourself and say that Erica has an airtight alibi? Because you do remember this is what the Macrones did. The Macrones sent Candace evidence that she later turned into content because Candace is a non-tent creator. She don't have no content if it's not coming through that tip line. So she didn't have anything. So she used the content, the cease and desist from the Macrones, and turned that into content. So do you really think that if Erica sent her something that she would be like, oh, my bad. All right, let's move on to the next one. Heck no. She's going to find some way to turn that into nonsense because that's all she does. All right, I'm not going to put myself on mute, but I am going to go ahead and get done with this. Let's finish up, Jason.
I think that would make a lot of people feel good if they just did that.
I don't need to feel good. I don't need to
Candace,
feel good.
if they hadn't already weighed in, that would
makes sense.
That would be one thing, right?
So it makes sense what you're saying in terms of if you were to provide a text, what you're proving is that you texted someone. Or if they're not going to give you evidence that they took a flight to Fort Huachuca. So I guess because if they did it or they didn't do it, they wouldn't provide it either way.
Yeah.
And I guess the reason I'm asking the question is, I get the logic behind it. Like, first of all, the smart play would have been not to say anything. After he started giving evidence to that Green Beret, it now becomes the onus is put on you. So I understand it. I'm on your side on that perspective.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, hypothetically speaking, let's take Erica Kirk as an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say she wasn't there on September the 8th, but she hasn't got any digital footprint. Yes, she can deny it. That's one thing. But like, no one's going to believe it, even if she was to deny it. So how do you actually provide evidence that you weren't there? Because if you text someone, that's not evidence, because you could text from the place or from some other place. It's actually having like some kind of digital footprint.
Yeah.
So somewhere else
at
the exact same time.
Because they did. Like you might not have been on earlier, but I reached out to Turning Point again because, like I said, I'm not interested in chasing rabbits. That like I want to actually know what's real and what's not.
That's all you've been doing.
Yes, Sunday. What's today? On Sunday, I think around 1:00 p.m. I got on the phone with them. I reached out on Saturday, got on the phone with them sometime after Mass on Sunday, pardon. And they were like, hey, like, yeah, she was like making dinner with, like, organizing or making dinner with Charlie. Like, we're going to send you a message of like between her and Charlie speaking. And I was like, great, amazing. I will literally update Twitter right now and say,
okay, so they're going to send her a message. Watch what she does with the evidence that they send her.
hey, like, Erica was making dinner with Charlie. And they send me a message, but the contact was blacked out. So I went back, obviously, and I was like, hey, like, the contact's blacked out. Like, this could be a message between like me and George for all I know. And I was like, do you just mind like just sending, like, I know Charlie's number, obviously. So just like, show me the contact. And they were like, we blocked it out because it's like a pet, I don't know, like a nickname that she has for Charlie or whatever. And she just didn't want you to see it. And I was like, okay, well, you can just like change the contact name and just send me like, just send me a video of you opening it so I can see.
That's very interesting. I didn't know you could change contact names like that. Why does Candace say it so nonchalantly, like she's changed contact names? Okay, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking questions. And she said I could ask questions. I'm just asking questions. Do you change contact names? What kind of pet name does Erica have for Charlie? Uh-oh. Okay, I got you, Erica.
Charlie's number and tell my audience, like, this is confidently a text chain between Charlie and Erica. And then they just said, look, it's Sunday. I think it was like 1:00 or something. And she's busy with the kids, but we'll get you that. And so I waited. It's now been obviously more than 24 hours. It's been like 30. I was yesterday at 1 p.m. Now it's 9 p.m. on Monday. And they haven't sent it to me, like just the number so I could see that it was Charlie. But I'm waiting. But there's a perfect example of how they could just easily show it. So I'm waiting for that. And if I get it, I will clarify to people that she was making.
There ain't no chance. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because even when they do send it, now it's going to be based upon the time. Why did it take so long for them to send it? Why ain't they send it to me when I snap my fingers? They should have already done it. Why is it, again, this is a good question. Why is TPUSA still entertaining you? This is TPUSA's fault now. Everything moving forward is TPUSA's fault. Stop engaging with this woman. Stop. It doesn't matter. You're not going to do right. You're danged if you do, you're danged if you don't. Stop it. Just leave her alone. It don't matter. Don't send her the number. Who cares? Who cares? And Andrew Colvett, stop doing it. You be doing the most. You team the most. Stop it.
And I also said to them, like, I don't need to show people the message either. So like, don't worry about like his, like, whatever you call him getting out there. Like, I'm happy to just like.
Why don't you show us yours? Candace is. Stop messing with Candace. Just leave her alone.
See it, and I think my audience trusts me enough that I would just say I saw it.
Your audience is crazy.
Still waiting for it. But that's a perfect example.
And you're gonna stay waiting.
So that text message you're referring to, are you saying that it would indicate her specific location? Like she'd be like, "Oh, guess what, honey? I'm downstairs cooking, I don't know, roast chicken for you." So
I'm recapping here, but it was pretty much like, "Hey, parking the car, like, be up there for dinner, or like, and is dinner ready? Like, yeah, it's on the table now, right?" Well, if they have that and it has the date of September 8th, which it had the date of September 8th, and that was the communication, like, dinner's on the table now, like, I'll be right down or something like that.
You're making a man a sandwich.
They just blacked out the contact. So I can't obviously I can't say to you guys, like, it was a conversation, it could have been a conversation between me and Mel. It could have been, so I was just like, could you just send that without the contact blacked out? And so that's what I'm waiting for. But that's a perfect example because like, you can't go back in time and make that communication with Charlie. Like, who else would Charlie be messaging? Like, if I could just see this is Charlie and his wife and it said like, love you or something like that. So it would be weird if Charlie was randomly texting that to somebody else, but I know his number, so they could just show me his number.
And just one other question.
That's the fact that she thinks this request is valid is going to have to be.
While I've got you here, and I think it's really important because I've been covering this like from the beginning, generally speaking, and you basically have like the Fed position, and then you kind of have your position, which is you've gone through a wide range of strands and wide range of avenues. And I guess a lot of people kind of sit somewhere, maybe in the middle, maybe a bit towards you, maybe a bit towards the Fed position, whatever it may be. And from your perspective, and I kind of know what you're going to say, but just as a question, from your perspective, like where do you sit with the people who don't fully agree with maybe all the lines of investigation you're doing, but then do question the Fed position? Like, I think a lot of people feel like there is this kind of idea that you either have to have the Fed position or you have to totally agree with you or Ian Carroll or whatever it may be. So like, where do you sit with that?
No, I appreciate everyone that's investigating. If you're a person who is trying to convince us that Tyler Robinson on a rooftop by himself with no help took a shot from a 30-06 and like, Charlie ate vegetables and stopped the bullet, like you are just such a useless human being. I really never want to I never want to see you. I don't want to follow you. I don't want to see a tweet from. I want you to just be off the internet. Like that would be great.
Wow.
But beyond that, if you accept that something's wrong, obviously, and like there's got to be more of the story, then great. That's why there is so much variety on the internet. And I do think there is a level of this sort of like crowdsourced investigation. So like I don't agree with everything that Ian comes up with. He doesn't agree with everything I say. Like I don't agree with everything Sam Parker tweets or Myron says. But the point is like I'm sitting here and I'm pulling together a picture because so many different people are able to pull together different strands. And I personally can say confidently that I sense that we are putting a lot of pressure on the authorities. They seem to be coming undone. There is definitively something here, and they were banking on our ADHD. Like they were banking on, we're going to throw like a memorial. We're going to make it amazing. We're going to give them Trump. They love Trump. He's going to throw red meat. He's going to say, we're going to make America great again, and we're going to move on. And it actually seems to be getting bigger and it's snowballing. And so something has to give. And so I'm grateful for every person, no matter where you stop on the train. Like if you're like, I believe you on all this, but I don't believe this. Like, I mean, that's really what Morgan Ariel just said. Like, I don't like Mitch. That's fine. Great. But let's keep the pressure on the feds and remember that like we are all united in recognizing that we live in a really effed up world. Tim Dillon did he made it comedic, but also like it was like dark comedy of like we feel like we all now recognize we're kind of being ruled by like people that are into children and people that traffic children and people that traffic weapons, and they're kind of wanting us to just like be like, oh, but like the new iPhone just dropped. Like something this can't go on like this. Society cannot go on like this. If we have a society that we don't protect good people, like we don't protect decent human beings like Charlie Kirk, we don't protect our children, we're too fearful to even speak and say something, which is, I'm sorry, but we live in a world of remarkable cowardice because of what I view to be a shortage in testosterone. I find so many men to be pathetic. I really do. Like Charlie Kirk was assassinated in broad daylight and you're just going to like accept the Fed slap. I have no use for you. Like I have no use for you. You're losing the society because you're still allowed to walk around breathing is what the issue is. And you get to call yourself a man. Like, why am I taking all these bullets? Thank you to the men who have stood up for me. But like for the men that are just like going along to get a paycheck, like I don't need you ever on the airwaves ever again. I really don't.
Wow.
And if at the end of last year, between Jeffrey Epstein and Charlie Kirk, if something did not stir in your spirit and make you go, what the F is going on? We have no use for you in American society or any other society, frankly. And that's how I feel. So thank you to everybody who has jumped on and had this conversation. Again, I appreciate everyone. Harrison, I appreciate you. I think we do have different styles in this, and I hope that you at least hear my perspective and my heart in this. And no, I'm obviously not going to let Fort Huachuca go. My husband's on an MI6, and yeah, I don't care about Mitch's baby mamas. And beyond that, we will, I'll be back. I'm off air all this week, and I'll be back next week. And I have even more explosive stories for you that we have
Always
found.
something
We've tracked Tyler
new and
Robinson even
explosive.
more on that day. So it's just going to get crazier. Thank
Because
you guys.
I really think that Candace would run in to recuse Tyler Robinson's attorney. Like, I really think that she would fight to get Tyler Robinson's attorney recused and have her become his attorney. I really believe that. That woman is crazy. Y'all, tell me what y'all thought, man, for sure. I honestly don't get it. I don't get it, but it is what it is, man. That was wild. Thank y'all so much, man, for telling me about that. And I know there's a lot of you all asked me what I was going to do. I wanted to do it last night, but I'm glad I didn't because it was a lot longer than I thought. Real quick, by the way, what we got here? Alex said this. Thank you so much. Fewer people were involved in bin Laden's takedown. Right. Like, We still don't know who was Delta 6 that took out bin Laden. We don't see bin Laden's body. We knew nothing about it. But there's fewer people, but we got like a whole cast involved in Charlie Kirk. Got you. But I want to say this again. Charlie Kirk was such a problem that they had to take him out, but they leave Candace Owens. You just can't make this stuff up. Thank you so much. Cheap Fake Politics has become a brand new member. Thank you so much. Hey, I got you on here 3 times. Okay, I guess, hey, you're a member again. I don't know why I repeated it for some reason. And of course, again, thank you so much, CJ, for very kindly and very graciously blessing some people with some memberships. If you did get a membership from CJ earlier, please make sure you say thank you. You know, we Southerners, we like to say thank you. Mel sounds psycho. Talking with teeth closed, scary. Talking with teeth closed, scary. Okay, yeah, I can kind of hear that. Thank you so much for the very kind super. I can hear that. Mel doesn't sound well. Let me say it like that. Mel doesn't sound well, that's for sure. What do we got here? Vanilla Lover with the 2. She got rid of the guy that challenged her fastly. That's true. That's true. And I don't understand because I think he was making a very valid point. And the last guy, I think the last guy and that other gentleman earlier were definitely making some good points. Have you been following this? You're way off base. I'm not certain. Thank you so much for the $2 super there. I'm not certain who you were talking about. But I do appreciate it. It's not okay to lie. Yes, Candace, also, if someone lie, that does not make him a killer. See, Candace, for example, if she did not think Erica was involved, why interview the guy for fun? That's a great question, Blue Moon. Thank you so much for the very kind $10 super right there. You're right. All right, keeping this dance going. Hey, Jason, thanks for covering this. I only lasted 45 minutes last night. I need your commentary to make it through. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the 5. And, you know, it's fun. But a lot of the time I'm like, how are we taking this seriously, though? Like, who's seriously treating this like this is logical? All right, keeping this dance going. Am I crazy? I don't know, man. I don't know what this person is saying. I'm crazy. Makes me feel some kind of way. Susie did this. She blessed 5 people with memberships. By the way, if you got a membership from Susie Q, please make sure you say thank you. Just go and put Susie up in there. Susie, thank you so much. And again, came back around, Blue Moon with the 10. Said this, why did she not contact Erica first? I mean, she has contact of Erica, which, by the way, only proves my point, I believe, that she really wasn't in relationship with Charlie Kirk. It just seems so odd that she's able to do all of this and never reach out to the wife of your quote unquote best friend. I'm sorry, I just can't get over that. Let's say he told the truth. So Candace tells the truth all the time, yet we know she is a manipulative bitch. You know, wow. Oh my goodness. Her fans are nuts. Thank you so much, Blue Moon. And you're right on the money. You're correct. $2 here says this. Her sources are wearing tinfoil. Very trustworthy. I'm like, come on. And the people even on this stream, a lot of them did not seem like they were people I would trust at all. Candace Owens posted on X to double down on her efforts to stay relevant and discredit TPUSA. I've lost all interest in listening to anything about her nonsense smear campaigns. She disgusts me. Thank you for the 10, Heather Rose. I appreciate it. I think there's probably some truth to it. I just find it interesting because she usually be doing pretty well on YouTube. Why did she go on Twitter? It just seems odd. I don't get it. But you might be right. Baxter right here says this with the 2. Nobody owes Candace nothing. Who is this? Who is this crazy? I don't know. Like that's the part we need to figure out. Like, why in the world does she think she's owed anything? MT says this. A cease and desist is optional. She knows nothing. Yeah, I'm like, you don't have to file a cease and desist before you file a lawsuit. Now, it's going to be more expensive, I believe, because a cease and desist probably be a lot easier to do. But you don't have to do a cease and desist before you file a suit. No. Again, MT came back around. Change your dead husband's contact to please me. Like, let that sink in, y'all. She wanted that woman to change his name in her phone. You know, whatever she had him named as. She wanted her to change it so that Candace could be pleased by it. That's crazy work. Hopefully that'll be the straw that broke the camel's back, and TPUSA will stop messing with her. Like, she wants you to change your pet name for your deceased husband. Speak up about the UK grooming gangs, ma'am. Thank you, MT, with the 2. That's exactly right. Like, she has a lot of smoke for other people, but what about your own husband's country? I mean, he just became a U.S. citizen last year. Like, what about his country of origin, of birth even? Nasty work. Wait, what'd you say? Got a cease and desist from Bank of West one time because I tried to start a website called Dank of the West. Oh, okay, I got you. So you got a cease and desist, but they don't have to give you a cease and desist. You followed and did what they asked you to do, therefore you don't have to get sued. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, good people, this evening at 7 o'clock, I have Hatun Tash coming on. She is a former Muslim woman who lives in the UK, Christian woman now. Wonderful story, very bold, and she wants to talk about what it's like living in the UK that's being infiltrated and overrun by Islam. And maybe we here in the West, we here in Canada, United States, maybe we should look at this and kind of take some notes, maybe pay attention, be a little bit mindful of what happens when a country gets overrun by Islam. So anyway, she's coming on today at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And that's going to be a good conversation. I'm looking forward to that. I want to say thank you to the moderators. I appreciate y'all keeping everything moving in the right direction. Thank you to the best live chat on the internet. I appreciate y'all. This has been a long one, but I really, really thank y'all for rocking with me. Man, thank you so much, Ruben. What does he say here? Her going on X was a way to put the minions back in check. Notice how she acts like an abusive partner when she makes both Evan and Morgan show her the text messages. It's clear why Mitch was on. Very good. Very good point. And I can see that. I can totally see that. And I appreciate it, Ruben. Thank you for the very kind $10. For sure, my friend. All right, tonight we got Hatun coming on. I would love for you to come by and hear what she has to say and hear the wonderful story that she's sharing. Everybody, thank you to my moderators. Thank you so very much to the best live chat on the internet. Thank you so much for the very kind super chats and such of that nature. Thank you to everybody who just commented. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you that y'all find value in what we're doing over here. If you don't mind, tip your waiters on the way out the door. Can you please make sure you hit the like button on the way out? If I earned it and you have not already, can your boy get a subscription? Trying to hit that 100,000 by the end of April. I'd love to hit it sooner than that. But by the way, everybody, thank you so much. I'll see you all very shortly. Green hearts in the chat on your way out the door. Grace and peace. Take care. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Whitt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.